Thank you. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Present.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
Supervisor Miller?
Here.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Chairman Nguyen?
Thank you. All right, moving to the recognition and presentations. Mr. Glazier, where are you?
Chair Nguyen, unfortunately, Mr. Glazier won't be able to make it today due to the storm coming over the Sierras. So he apologizes that he's not here, but he is watching on YouTube and wants to thank the board for this recognition.
Okay, all right. So go ahead.
So I will just note for the record that the board was recognizing Jim Glazier. He's the retired director of the local agency formation commission and spent 16 years in that capacity, and a long career in public service, serving City of Stockton, Glendale, and working for the private industry. Our second recognition this morning is the commendation of Human Services Agency staff and District Attorney staff for their efforts to combat EBT theft in San Joaquin County. So I'd like to invite the chairman and Andrew Keene of the Human Services Agency Staff Analyst, Angel Carrasco, Lieutenant with the District Attorney's Office, Heather Gordon, Sergeant with the District Attorney's Office, Robert Wrench, Investigator with the District Attorney's Office, and Raquel Betty, Investigator with the District Attorney Office, as I read the commendation.
Before you do that, as far as Jim's recognition, because at least 3 or 4 of us have worked with Jim, I'd like to let the board maybe make some comments in regards to Jim's retirement. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I think that's appropriate. And Jim, are you with us?
He's not participating telephonically, but he is watching on YouTube.
Okay, well, appropriately, we have a very full crowd, and we have past Supervisor Mao here, so I'd like to recognize that I've had the pleasure of working on LAFCO for several years now, and whether it be in the city or the county and the development of this community, Jim has been a watchdog. He's also been a facilitator. He's been steadfast in some of the ways that we needed to manage some of our growth. And in the end, I think LAFCO has been very responsive to the needs of the community. But I have to recognize that Jim is highly respected. Being with him at LAFCO conventions, I've seen the respect that he has with peers, and I believe that we were very well served both in the cities and the counties having Jim Glazier as our director of LAFCO for as long as we did. So it's been a pleasure to be a commissioner with him, and thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I've known Jim for many, many years, from way back when he was with the City of Stockton. And Jim's always been someone that is a good person to work with. He's very, very knowledgeable, and he's really served this community in the very best way, I believe, that he could, sharing that expertise and experience with the rest of us. We're going to miss him, and but I wish Jim all the best in his retirement. He's definitely earned it. He's given a lot of years to public service, and I wish him lots of happy years with his family, and enjoying his time now that he's earned it. So, Jim, thank you very much on behalf of not only the county and LAFCO, but also on behalf of the City of Stockton. Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. Jim, I just want to thank you. I worked with you for 6 years, and you were a wealth of knowledge, and you were somewhat of a bulldog. You did a lot for the communities here in San Joaquin County, and I wish you nothing but the very best in retirement. Congratulations.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Glazier, congratulations on your retirement. Very well deserved. Thank you for your years of service, not just for San Joaquin County, LAFCO, but the entire region. We appreciate it.
Well, Jim, I started on LAFCO in 2005, and when I was on the city council, and with the exception of probably 2 or 3 years, I've been on LAFCO ever since. And I want to thank you certainly for your mentorship and certainly the job you've done. For those who aren't familiar with our LAFCO, Local Area Formation Commission, they are probably the second most important body in county government because they're the ones who design our future in regards to our development. And I want to thank Jim certainly for his leadership, certainly for answering my questions on a number of occasions and giving me the opportunity to grow as I went through that period. But anyway, Jim, always enjoyed your comments and your presentations and certainly your decision-making ability. So for that, we all thank you and wish you the very best in your retirement. And now, Clerk of the Board, I will go down.
Thank you, Chairman. And just to let Mr. Glazier know that we will be sending his plaque to him after this meeting. So now I would like to invite Andrew Keene, Human Services Agency Staff Analyst, Angel Carrasco, Lieutenant District Attorney Office, Heather Gordon, Sergeant District Attorney Office, Robert Wrench, Investigator District Attorney Office, and Raquel Betty, Investigator District Attorney Office, as I read this commendation. Whereas electronic benefit transfer cards, also known as EBT cards, are used to pay rent, utilities, and purchase food for families throughout the county. And whereas criminals use electronic equipment known as skimmers at banks and local stores to capture EBT card account information and then create counterfeit cards. And whereas since November 2021, San Joaquin County families have had 1.26 million stolen from their EBT cards. And whereas the state of California has seen over 30 million stolen in the same time frame. And whereas upon learning of these crimes, Human Services Agency Staff Analyst Andrew Keene went about creating and analyzing reports to identify families who may be potential victims, which allowed those families to replace their EBT card as a protective measure. And whereas Staff Analyst Keene was further able to use the data he collected to accurately identify potential locations of skimmers. And whereas in September 2022, this information collected by Staff Analyst Keene was shared with local law enforcement to assist in targeting locations where EBT fraud was suspected. And whereas an operation was conducted by District Attorney Lieutenant Angel Carrasco, Sergeant Heather Gordon, investigators Robert Wrench and Raquel Betty, in cooperation with the Sacramento and Stockton, California Highway Patrol units and San Joaquin Delta RAT Task Force. And whereas the information collected by Staff Analyst Keene and the ensuing operation by law enforcement led to the arrest and charge of 6 individuals involved in the EBT thefts and reduced stolen EBT benefits by over $100,000 for San Joaquin County families. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby commend Staff Analyst Keene for his dedicated and passionate service to the families of San Joaquin County, going above and beyond the call of duty in his effort to stop the theft of EBT card benefits. And furthermore, be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby commend Lieutenant Carrasco, Sergeant Gordon, and investigators Wrench and Betty for their successful arrest and charge of the individuals involved in these thefts, presented this 8th day of November 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you. District Attorney.
Madam Clerk and CAO Wiberling. I would sincerely like to thank every one of you for recognizing the dedicated efforts on behalf of the District Attorney's Office, Bureau of Investigation Impact Unit, especially Supervisor Miguel Villapudua for bringing the recognition before the board. The Bureau of Investigation Impact Unit investigates and solves complex welfare fraud, government fraud, and theft from those who are in need of these resources so desperately, in order to successfully prosecute individuals who steal from our community. What does government or electronic benefit transfer fraud look like? How does it happen? Scammers will place skimmers or card readers and cameras on the ATMs, so please be on the alert. If you put your ATM in and there's a scammer or a card reader there, there's a chance that there's a hidden video on the side that's also recording your PIN number. So what they do is they capture this vital information in order to clone the cards. Suspects then wait until the monthly funds are deposited to accounts before visiting ATMs to withdraw large sums of money from numerous cloned cards. Stealing money meant to feed and nurture families who are in desperate need, who are struggling, maybe staying one step ahead of homelessness. These are the families that are in crisis in our community and need these resources more than anybody can imagine. These brave men and women make sure that that money is not stolen from them, and I'm incredibly grateful to all of you. That is why our Impact Unit collaborates frequently with the San Joaquin County HSA, Human Service Agency. Thank you, Director. We appreciate everything in your partnership. You have been a campaigner of let's get this done and let's make sure it doesn't happen, and I greatly appreciate your leadership. You have been 100% behind holding those accountable who take money from those who so deserve it. So we appreciate that. I'd like to extend my gratitude to the Bureau of Investigations Chief James Boyko, Lieutenant Angel Carrasco, Sergeant Heather Gordon, and the entire Impact Unit team in partnership with our HSA team. Thank each and every one of you. I don't think people realize how hard this group works every day, ensuring that the resources that are so desperately needed in our community get to those who deserve it and hold those who steal it accountable. You guys are amazing and you're true heroes in our community, so thank you. I want to thank them for their tireless and diligent work you put into investigating these cases, which we've seen to expand not just across the state, not just across the county, but now internationally. They were successful in identifying and working to arrest and apprehend an international criminal organized ring that has come to our state to steal money. That's how incredible they are. I'd also like to thank HSA agency for their partnership year in, year out. We have been working together collaboratively these past 8 years, and our local law enforcement agencies who provided resources during these operations to assist and successfully arrest 6 suspects. That includes our Delta RAT team, which is a combined multi-agency division. The Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Withrow, has been a great campaigner and supporter of us on this, and the CHP. Analysis by HSA over the operation showed that the efforts by these teams and others across the state reduced EBT fraud in San Joaquin County, an incredible show of interagency partnership and dedication to San Joaquin County residents. At this time, I'd like to thank and acknowledge each and every one of you for your incredible hard work and dedication to ensuring the safety and well-being of families most in need in our community, and for lifting them up to make sure that they receive the services that they need in order to get back on their feet. But equally important, holding those who steal from them accountable. So thank you for your courage. And at this point, I'd like to invite my friend, Chief Boyko, to the stand.
Chairman Wynn and fellow Board of Supervisors, I apologize. I'm going to be repeating some of what Tori was just saying, but I think it's important. Again, my name is James Boyko. I'm the Chief Investigator for the District Attorney's Bureau Investigations Division. Thank you for recognizing the Bureau Investigations Impact Unit for their efforts in combating EBT theft within San Joaquin County. Every month, this team, led by Lieutenant Angel Carrasco, investigates investigates the community and for the impact unit for the members that were defrauded. This is our complex investigations, and it prevents people from getting the money that they truly need. In September of this year, the Bureau of Investigations partnered with Director Chris Woods, HSA representatives, and they led an operation that resulted in the arrest of 6 subjects. They were in possession of cloned EBT cards. Skimmers and cameras were also found illegally placed on these ATM machines. Unfortunately, this type of crime is rampant in the state, and there's not very many law enforcement agencies that investigate these crimes. So again, I want to thank Bureau of Investigations Lieutenant Angel Carrasco, Sergeant Heather Gordon, Rocky, Wrench, and the rest of our team for going out there, and also Deputy District Attorney Frank Koger, San Joaquin County Human Services Agency, and in particular, Melissa Chasen. We didn't have the Sacramento CHP and our own Delta RAT task force, we would not have been able to do this operation. In closing, I want to sincerely thank the board for supporting our efforts in combating EBT and welfare fraud. The women and men who work for the District Attorney Bureau Investigation are some of the most talented and dedicated law enforcement professionals I have ever worked with, and I'm honored to be here to share in their achievement. Thank you.
Director Woods.
Good morning, Chair Wynn, members of the board. First, I want to thank Supervisor Villaputua for bringing this forward and recognizing the wonderful work of both the District Attorney's team and the Human Services Agency team. I want to certainly thank our welfare for all specialists. They're a big part of the HSA team in holding folks accountable. I certainly want to thank Andrew Keene, who's done a remarkable job analyzing data, going above and beyond, and really been just a remarkable leader in the state in this area, and using the data we have at hand to hold criminals accountable and partner with the district attorney's office and law enforcement to ensure that we can use that data in a productive way. And Melissa Chasen, who's mentioned just a moment ago, program manager, was a wonderful support to Andrew and the HSA team. And what's remarkable is their effort really helped me as the director be able to advocate at the state level with the California Department of Social Services to help move this issue forward at the state level. And they've really, that effort has been recognized at the highest level in the state at the California Department of Social Services, and actually the efforts here have been replicated across the state. So again, thank you, Andrew, thank you to our team, and thank you to this board for recognizing that wonderful effort.
Lieutenant Carrasco, did you want to make any comment?
Yeah, good morning. I'm not a really good speaker, but I got to tell you that my unit, the impact unit, it's really has gone above and beyond accomplishing part of this goal. This is a problem that is impacting the whole state, as it was mentioned before. It is impacting gravely our county, San Joaquin County, and so we're doing everything we can to protect those benefits that those people so much need. And honestly, at times it feels like a losing battle. All the counties, again, they're losing so much money. The whole state of California losing so much money. And if it wasn't for my team, the investigators, HSA, staff members, Andrew, Melissa, and the support that we get from my Tori and my chief and Chris and other allied agencies, honestly, we wouldn't be able to accomplish what we have accomplished up to now. And it's not the end. I mean, this is an ongoing issue daily. And so thank you for your support, and we'll continue doing everything we can to protect those people that so much need those benefits. Thank you.
Supervisor Villaputa.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank each and every one of you. This is a huge team effort. Director Woods, Tori, Chief, the staff, you guys are amazing. So many families and children depend on this EBT card to not only eat, to survive in the community, and through this team effort, it's helping so many people in the community. So I can't thank you guys enough, and I think most of you covered everything, but I just want to thank you guys for coming today, and we can honor you guys and show you how much we appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor Petty.
Thank you, Chairman. First, who do I talk with about the movie rights? For you guys to do all that you did, and the agencies and the ring that you discovered, and the crime and the theft. And as Supervisor Villaputa points out, I mean, when it comes to money and technology, as hard as we all work for it, and as we try to help those that are in need, there are people working around the clock trying to figure out ways how to take that money away. So to put forth this effort and to recognize that there's a need, and every dollar and $5 and $100 and beyond, and in the thousands we know, and the multiplicity of that. What a great job to help so many people here in San Joaquin, and to set a standard to now be replicated throughout the state and beyond. So congratulations to everyone. We and the county and the citizens in the county are grateful. Thank you all.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. There is just so much work, great work that goes on in this county every single day on behalf of our residents. And I'm so pleased that we had the opportunity today to highlight just some of that outstanding work so that the public that watches these meetings can see exactly what's being done on their behalf. As has been said, this is so critically important to families that desperately need these benefits. And the fact that you were able to utilize data that we have and spend the extra time to analyze it and put this together, and then work up this multi-agency task force to go after these folks. It's very not only impressive, it's very inspirational. And so on behalf of the county, but more importantly on behalf of our residents, thank you all. And we know that this is, after today, you're going right back to work. And this is going to continue. So thank you not only for what you have accomplished, but for what we know you're going to.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. No, I want to repeat what my colleagues have just stated. Great job by the DA's office, DA investigators, Mr. Woods with HSA, and of course our law enforcement allied agencies. We're very fortunate. I mean, if you're watching it today, tuning in, and you look at how great we all work together as a team to get things accomplished. And, I hope this sends a message that, this type of activity, the fraud, theft, won't be tolerated here in San Joaquin County, because we have exceptional personnel that will hopefully find these individuals and hold them accountable. So again, great job, what you all accomplished. We appreciate it, and God bless you.
Well, I want to first thank Supervisor Laputa for bringing this to the board's attention. More importantly, I want to thank all of you, the job you do. I realize, and sometimes we don't know how much work you are involved in, the multitude of investigations that you have. And I guess more importantly, as District Attorney Tori Verber Salazar talked about, this is kind of an example of what can be done. And oftentimes, because of the workload, you have to set priorities, and sometimes things like this maybe go down towards the bottom that you never get to because you just have so many things to do. So I want to thank you. I want to thank all the departments involved. I firmly believe San Joaquin County is probably one of the best places for collaboration I've seen in so many different areas. The other part of it is that my constituents have complained over the past couple of years in regards to what they believe is rampant fraud in regards to benefits that have been received by certain individuals. And part of the indignation and the anger is that because that's basically our money. We contribute to government, and government hands it out as those need it. But in this particular case, because of those who are affected, who are disadvantaged and lose the opportunity for benefits that they desperately need, I would say this is probably one of the most despicable crimes you can find. And by virtue of that, I appreciate certainly everything that all of you have done, because I'm sure that those who have been victimized appreciate your efforts, because now and hopefully others who may have been victimized in the future will rest assured that they will receive the benefits when they need them, and they desperately need them. So thank you all. Appreciate all that you do. I'm sure you're off to other and bigger things, but I want to thank you for the county and certainly for the residents of this county for all that you've done and what we anticipate you'll be doing in the future. So thank you again. And
Chairman Nguyen, we
Sure.
have 5 original commendations for the individuals that were identified to us, for Mr. Keene, Carrasco, Gordon, Wrench, and Betty here today.
okay, so if you could, those individuals could step up. Andrew?
And then Robert Wrench can't be here.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, come on up, everyone, fill in.
Yeah, squeeze in, don't feel bashful.
I can't see past you guys. So.
Lay down.
Come on, double up. Thank you. Thank you. Here we go. Okay. On the count of 3, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, clerk of the board.
Our next item is the proclamation of November 2022 as Workplace Giving Month. And I would like to invite Kirsten Whistle, of the CEO of United Way, down to the podium as I read this proclamation, which states, whereas United Way of San Joaquin County brings together businesses, government agencies, community organizations, and committed individuals in an effort to fund San Joaquin County nonprofit and community-based organizations. And whereas there are more than 2,000 of these organizations that employ over 21,000 individuals in San Joaquin County that are integral, critical parts of the local economy and community well-being. And whereas total expenditures by San Joaquin County's nonprofits and community-based organizations are estimated to be $1.28 billion in direct expenditure for the humanities, education, and the environment, animals, health, human services, foreign affairs, membership benefits, and social benefit. And whereas United Way of San Joaquin County facilitates workplace giving campaigns that enable employees to improve and impact their communities by supporting local needs. And whereas the United Way of San Joaquin County has raised more than $10.5 million since 2015 through its workplace giving campaigns that are returned to the community through employees' direction. And whereas San Joaquin County employees have participated in the United Way of San Joaquin County's workplace giving campaign for more than 40 years for the benefit of its citizens and the improvement of their quality of life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim November 2022 as Workplace Giving Month in San Joaquin County and encourage all citizens to mobilize the caring power of community. Presented this 8th day of November 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you. Mr. Wilverding.
Thank you, Chair Nguyen. Good morning, members of the board. The reason I've invited Ms. Burt Whistle in here is because today's the first day of the kickoff for the county's United Way campaign. And those of you may have already noticed some of the things set up downstairs in the lobby. And so I've invited Ms. Burt Whistle, who's President and CEO of the United Way of San Joaquin County, to receive our proclamation for Workplace Giving Month and getting our campaign for November started. So if you could tell us a little bit more about that, I'd certainly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much to the Board of Supervisors and certainly to our CAO. I'm so appreciative of today. It's historical in a lot of ways. I don't think in the close to 100-year history of United Way of San Joaquin County have we actually had a month dedicated as a proclamation to employee giving. So thank you for this opportunity. What we've actually been able to experience in the last, again, 40 years that the county's been engaged with us is the millions of dollars that have been raised by employees that work for San Joaquin County. Funds that are redirected out to our nonprofits, which I call the nexus of social change, the air we breathe, nonprofits that actually have benefited from everybody here, again, that works for San Joaquin County. And in comparison to the Central Valley United Ways, again, across our area of the 7, we are the largest, the most active in terms of workplace giving. We are the largest in the context of giving back to the nonprofit community. And the wonderful thing about the campaigns is that monies actually are generated back to the programs here in San Joaquin County. For example, one of the largest agencies you have, the Sheriff Foundation, is a benefactor of dollars that are contributed, again, through United Way back to the agencies. But we're very excited. Some of the best nonprofits that we have, you give us the opportunity for them to continue their mission to advance the work they do, whether it's St. Mary's, whether it's Child Abuse Prevention Council, Animal Protection League. Employees give to their schools, they give to their churches. So this is really an exciting time for us, and the support, again, from the County Board of Supervisors, Chairman Nguyen, everyone here in this room today is going to make a huge difference, again, to our community. So we thank you again for this time. So I want to just give Zulema Flores-Sabich, who is the Director of Community Impact. She's the one, honestly, is boots on the ground support for the workplace giving campaigns, to say a few words a little bit about what's actually happening today, if that's okay. So, Zulema.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here today. And I'm super excited because I got to tell you one thing. There is power in employee giving. There's power in the care that we see through these campaigns. Just because we've been around since 1926. We're almost there to 100 years old. Not me, but United Way is. And we've seen throughout these initiatives that we are able to all come together as a county. And I think that that's what we're all here to do today, where our audience here is today as well, and why we've had folks already come before us sharing that message of giving back. And so we really honor ourselves as individuals that we want to continue that tradition of giving. And so each single one of you, regardless of what department you are in the county, what your role is, we really do encourage each of you to really walk the talk and really fill out your pledge form today. It all takes just $1 to an organization of your choice. Whatever it is, it can be your daughter's tennis ball team. You know, it can be all the way from the church that you go to every Sunday. And it's a really easy way to give back, to really see all of that come together as what we call a community chest, and all of that to be distributed to our families. And so that is just another amazing way that we really encourage you all to be a part of the change, to really be a part of what we're doing here. And as a county, you all have historically done a really, really amazing effort to really make sure that we are really looking after our county, not just within our departments, but outside in our community. So thank you so much for that. And we will be downstairs today from starting already all the way till 1 p.m. So we encourage all of the departments, to all of our board of supervisors, as well as staff to join us and really, you know, take a moment to really look at our nonprofits and see the tremendous work that they are doing and continue to do as well moving forward. So thank you so much. And we look forward to seeing you all downstairs if possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Well, I'm really happy that you are here today as well, and that we have designated a whole month for workplace giving. My husband and I both have been part of United Way campaigns for over 30 years. We always fill out our form and make regular contributions. For me, one of the best parts of this is that for a lot of us, it's confusing in terms of how do you vet specific nonprofits? How do you know who's really doing good work? How do you know who is getting the biggest results? How do you know who's legitimate? And by giving through United Way, all of that is done for you. United Way has a process to validate the nonprofits. Or if you know who you want to give to, you can designate that. But if you don't, every dollar still goes to a really good and important place. And the work is always done in your own county. And I just think it's such a great program, and I can't speak highly enough of United Way. Anytime anybody asks me, oh, I want to help, but I don't know what to do, I always direct them to United Way, because I know that their contributions will end up in a really good place that will benefit our community. So thank you for all the work you do. I know this is a huge effort, and thank you.
Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank you guys for coming forward today and bringing this to the front of the press. And you know, it takes teamwork to help raise money for everyone. And absolutely, from being a county employee, I definitely want to take you over this pledge, and I'll be sure and see you guys soon. And appreciate everything you do, Kristen. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. In communities where there's many needs, it's amazing that so many people step up, help out, and make a difference. And I really would have to compliment, not that Stockton or our cities have exceptional needs, but there are needs, there are challenges, from health challenges to housing challenges and a myriad of issues in between. And it's amazing to see so many people. And I've lived in other cities and traveled the world a bit, and studied and lived in other communities. I've never seen so much robust engagement. And thanks for the United Way being part of leading that charge oftentimes and helping distribute some of those needed funds. But it just really is amazing and impressive to see how this community rises to the occasion and addresses the challenges and works together and rolls up their sleeves to accomplish a measurable difference in people's lives. So congratulations. I'm glad we have a whole month designated, and I'm looking forward to participating in every way possible. Thanks.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Great to see you guys again. And thank you for coming to Tracy here not too long, 2 months ago for the fundraiser. And, for all you guys do for, help fund our nonprofits and our CBOs, and a lot wouldn't be able to do the great things that they do without your support. So thank you. And, I just want to reiterate, what the proclamation stated, that United Way of San Joaquin has raised more than $10.5 million since 2015. And to remind everybody, that's money that are going to our local nonprofits and CBOs that are returned to our community that helps our residents. So thank you for the job that you do. We all appreciate it. God bless.
I want to thank United Way and certainly your leadership, Chris, in regards to the challenges we face currently. Unfortunately, as we know, with inflation and a lot of other factors, getting over COVID, et cetera, there's been a real inability for a lot of families to contribute. However, at the same time, there are other families who are in worse shape in regards to their finances, and oftentimes because of loss of a job or illness or a whole host of things that affect our livelihood, they desperately need help. And the United Way covers almost every aspect of society and what the needs are out there. So I want to thank you not only for the work that you do, as Supervisor Miller talks about, ensuring that those agencies receiving are I won't say legitimate, but basically doing the job that they promised. And more importantly, I think it adds a certain amount of credibility to be an organization that belongs to the United Way, because obviously people trust you and understand that everything you do is for the betterment of our residents. So again, thank you for everything. So again, I want to thank both of you for coming, and certainly thank your staff, because I know on a daily basis they work very hard. And then later we'll talk a little bit about the partnership between the county and United Way in regards to helping some of our most disadvantaged residents. So again, thank you. All right. Okay. And before you go.
So next, Chairman, is a presentation by S.J. Sarah. So they'll be giving a PowerPoint presentation at this time.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So my name is Johanna Schick, and I am the CEO of the San Joaquin County Employees Retirement Association, otherwise known as S.J. Sarah. We are the county pension fund. So thank you for having me here today, and we have basically a good news report. I think most of you are pretty aware, but what I will be covering today is I'll be giving some highlights on our 2021 results, and then we'll take a brief look at the, looking ahead, what to expect in the near future. So in 2021, we made real significant progress. We exceeded our assumed rate of return, almost doubling our return assumption. At that point, our return assumption was 7%, so we nearly doubled what it was we were expecting. And we decreased our unfunded liability. We went down from $1.72 billion down to $1.47 billion. All good news. The net result of that is that our funded ratio increased by nearly 10%, so from 68.1% to 78%. And to give you some perspective there, that's the highest we have been since 2008. And recall that in 2010, we were actually at 58.6% funded. So we have come a long way. We've got a long ways to go yet, but I'm very pleased with the progress we have made. So then moving ahead, one of the things that has been particularly helpful, and I usually say this in almost any presentation I give to the Board of Supervisors, but it's particularly helpful that we have remained cash flow positive. So you'll see in this chart, the yellow bars indicate the contributions received, the purple bars are the benefits paid, and the black line shows our net cash flow. So you can see that from 2012 to 2016, we were slightly cash flow negative. What's the impact of being a cash flow negative plan? Well, what that means is that your contributions are not sufficient to cover the benefit payments that you're paying out. So that means you have to liquidate some assets to make up the difference. Not a big deal when markets are up, but markets are not always up. Markets are sometimes down, which means you're having to sell at the worst time to sell, which is when things are down. That's when you should be buying because things are on sale. Because we are a cash flow positive plan, in part because of the additional contributions that the county has been making, we don't have to do that, which means we can weather down markets like we are experiencing today much better than we could otherwise. So that in 2021, we received $73.5 million from the county, the Mosquito and Vector Control District, and Superior Court, all three of whom paid additional contributions towards the unfunded liability. And as I said, it lessens the impact of down markets. It makes us a more financially secure plan. This year, the 73.5 was larger because the county made an additional $50 million of investment, whereas normally we'd been receiving between 20 and 22. So that's what brought us up to the 73. So additional progress that has been made, which sets us up well for the future, is the Board of Retirement decreased our assumed rate of return. 6.75, down from 7%. So a lot of times the concern with doing that is that it typically, when you decrease your assumed rate of return, you increase contributions for both members and employers. Because essentially what you're saying is, we're assuming that this money that we're receiving is going to earn less, but we still have to pay the same benefit in 20 or 30 years. So that means we're going to have to, if we're not going to get as much in investments, we have to get more in contributions. In this case, we had the rare situation where we were able to actually lower that assumed rate of return and still decrease the aggregate contribution rate. Now, how did that happen? Well, we had a combination of deferred gains, deferred investment gains, and the changes we made in our demographic assumptions and some of our demographic experience more than covered the cost of lowering the assumed rate of return. So that made it a very opportune time to lower that assumption, particularly in light of the predictions of a coming recession. So why lowering the assumed rate of return is a good thing is because it increases the probability that we will actually meet or exceed that assumed rate of return over the long term. It also improves the probability that we will actually continue to improve our funded ratio. It decreases the impact of down cycles. So when markets are difficult, like they are now, what it means is that even if we miss our assumed rate of return, we will miss it by less, which will lessen the impact on employer contributions in the future. And then it also aligns with national trends. Nationwide, all public pension plans have been lowering their assumed rate of return. Some of our neighbors right here in California have also been doing the same thing. We've got at 6.75, Sacramento, Stanislaus, Marin, Merced, and Mendocino County retirement systems are all at 6.75, just like we are. Fresno is down at 6.5, and San Mateo's at 6.25. So not only nationally, but statewide, people are lowering their assumed rate of returns in response to the capital market assumptions that basically said, hey, you've had a 10-year bull run of fantastic returns We all know that markets don't go up forever. They're going to go down. So predictions are they're going to go down. And so it's a prudent time to be lowering that assumed rate of return. Now, I'd be remiss without acknowledging that things have been challenging this year. And so as of September 30th, which is my most recent return that I can offer you, we're down 11% year to date. Now, that is not a number that anybody wants to celebrate. But I will say that we have a diversified portfolio and it is performing as designed. Our crisis risk offset class, for example, has been helping to buffer these markets, and it's obtained a positive 14.9%. So is it good news? No, but it's a lot better than it could be. In fact, we've outperformed our benchmark, and we are actually in a top quartile performance of public pension funds over $1 billion. So again, many of our peers are not doing as well as we are, and it's a tough time. But remember, we don't have to hit that assumed rate of return every year. We just have to hit it on average over the long term. There will be bad years. This is probably going to be one of them. But again, what we're looking at is the long-term averages. So in terms of 2023 contribution rates, you have on your agenda later today on consent the approval of our 2023 contribution rates. Those are the ones that have gone down slightly. That is because it was based on our 2021 experience. The experience from our 2022, which is what we've just been talking about, will not affect contribution rates until 2024. So there's a lag there in terms of that. At a high level, our 2023 contribution rates have gone down by a little bit more than 1%, and that does again include the lowering of that assumed rate of return. I've been in the pension industry for more than 20 years. I have never had the opportunity to lower an assumed rate of return and not have it increase contribution rates. So this is phenomenal. All right, so in conclusion, strong 2021, nearly doubled our assumed rate of return, funded ratio up 10%. Yes, we are experiencing volatile markets, and we are negative year to date. But as Yogi Berra said, it ain't over till it's over. What matters is where we are on December 31st. Do I expect a positive return on December 31st? No. However, hopefully markets will start to recover between now and then, and we may be slightly less negative. Again, focus on the average performance over the long term. And remember, we have a 15-year funding plan. So we have a 15-year amortization period, which means that any losses that we experience now are amortized over 15 years. And we will work them out through contributions and future investment gains so that we will continue to work on our funding. Again, the portfolio is performing as designed. We've got moderate returns, which are tempering losses in the downturn. So with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions you might have. If I could just add one thing, I'd just like to point out that we actually have exceeded our assumed rate of return over the 1, 3, 5, and 10-year periods. So again, focusing on the long term, you can see how our portfolio really has been performing as designed, and we have every reason to believe that it will continue to do so.
Thank you. Any questions? Supervisor Miller.
Not really a question, it's a comment. Thank you for the presentation. Having served on your board for 7 years, I'm especially pleased to see that a lot of the decisions, there's a lag time on everything with pension plans, and I'm really pleased to see that a lot of the decisions that have been made over the years are performing exactly the way that we had hoped they would. So thank you for this presentation. It's nice to know that our unfunded liability is greatly reduced, and we're very, very close to being in a super healthy spot. So thank you. And thanks for all the hard work of you and your staff. I know you work really hard. Our consultants have been really critically important in making this all happen. So thanks to the whole team.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Just a brief comment. I think as Supervisor Miller and I think Vice Chair Rickman is the current representative on SJ-SERA, and that is a very difficult board to be on because of the complexity and certainly the issues which are tremendous in regards to, it's not just the employees, it's also the public, because obviously as the employer, our funds come from the public itself. I would also thank you and your board from the standpoint of, I've seen in the past in other pension systems where, you know, it's a three-legged stool. It's the employee contribution, it's the employer contribution, and it's return on the investments. And I've seen in the past some pension programs that have been very high in revenue and out, lack of a better term, political reasons, have decided to reduce the contributions substantially. And unfortunately, because of those decisions made years ago, there are now extraordinary payments being made to catch up. So I want to thank you and your board in regards to making sure that we do it right. And when you first talked about, you know, lowering the contribution, et cetera, and lowering the return, I'm glad you explained it because it makes sense. And again, I want to thank you since you've been in this position to turn it around, because we were, I won't say in bad shape, but we were in worse shape, I'll put it that way. So again, thank you, and thanks to your board for a great job. And we look forward to seeing how 2023 will turn out. So again, thank you. Without that, I want to thank you again and appreciate all that you do.
Thanks very much.
All right, moving to the next item, we have, this is in regards to the public hearing regarding the approval of PA 1900240 development agreement for the Gill property. So,
Good morning.
morning.
My name is Corinne King. I'm principal planner, and I have Stephanie Stowers, senior planner, here to provide a presentation, and then we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. This project is a site approval application to establish a 42-acre hospital campus and includes a development agreement application to extend the project phasing over 10 years. Phase 1, with permits to be issued within 5 years, includes a 36,000 square foot hospital facility, including emergent medicine and emergency room, outpatient surgery services, and labor and delivery. Phase 2, with permits to be issued within 10 years, includes a 140,000 square foot full service hospital, including an emergency helistop and an accessory 60,000 square foot medical office building. The project site is located on the east side of West Lane, approximately 450 feet north of 8 Mile Road, north of Stockton. The project site has a general plan designation of general agriculture and is zoned AG 40, which is general agriculture 40-acre minimum. So this is an aerial photo that depicts the project site outlined in red. The surrounding development is primarily agricultural with scattered residences. Immediately south of the project site, on the opposite side of 8 Mile Road, outlined in yellow on the screen, is the city of Stockton's city limit. And then the city of Lodi is about 2.25 miles north, and this is approximately 1.5 miles west of the Highway 99. So this is the site plan that the applicant has provided. Phase 1 is outlined in blue on the west side of the screen, and then the purple outline depicts the Phase 2 development. Phase 1 is just one building, which is this building here. That's the darker area. Phase 2 includes a hospital, which is this larger building, an accessory medical office building, and then it also includes that helipad, which is the rear of the site here. The project is designed to have 3 entrances at full build out. The primary entrance is located off of West Lane, and that would be like a right in, right out, so you would only be able to enter and exit coming north on West Lane. There are also 2 others proposed, one off of 8 Mile here, and one eventually off of Ham Lane. Those are both obviously in the second phase of the development. This project will establish, as I said, a 42-acre hospital campus over 10 years. It includes 2 hospital buildings, emergency helistop, and accessory medical office building. The hospital will be constructed to the standards of the California Department of Healthcare Access and Information and permitted through HCAI or the Community Development Department as applicable. Additionally, the facility will be licensed by the California Department of Public Health. This project has been classified under the use type of public services essential. This use type includes major health services provided by a public or private entity, including hospitals, and the proposed project, which will establish a hospital campus and include hospital buildings and accessory medical office building, clearly falls under this use type. This use type is conditionally permitted in the AG40 zone with an approved site approval application. The project includes a development agreement between San Joaquin County and the developer. Primarily, this will allow for additional time for the construction of the facility's phases. The agreement includes the following terms. The developer will provide agricultural mitigation, which the project is not subject to under the current development title standards. Generally, ag mitigation is only applied to projects that are that include a general plan amendment or zone reclassification, which aren't included in this project because it's permitted in the agricultural zone. The ag mitigation will be provided consistent with all of our current development title regulations, including ratio, the quality of land, and the provision of ag mitigation through an appropriate mechanism. In return, the county will allow for extended phasing timeframes, providing the 5 years for the issuance of permits for phase 1 and 10 years for the issuance of permits associated with phase 2. Additionally, the development agreement will vest the development consistent with the laws, policies, and ordinances in effect at the time of approval. The project proposes a helistop included in the phase 2. A helistop, as opposed to a heliport or other helicopter facility, is minimally developed and it's anticipated for the loading and unloading of patients only. It's proposed for emergency purposes only and is anticipated to be utilized approximately 1 time per week. The noise associated with the helistop was determined to be a significant but unavoidable impact with the environmental impact report that was prepared with this application. And that will be discussed a little bit later in this presentation, the EIR. The project site has been designed, however, with a buffer to nearby residences. So the helistop is proposed behind the hospital buildings and quite a distance behind, or a distance away from the closest neighboring residences. Additionally, the helistop may only be developed if the hospital seeks a trauma designation, so ultimately it may not be developed. The development title requires screening, specifically masonry wall 6 to 7 feet in height between any new commercial use and existing residentially developed parcels. As a result, in the conditions of approval, a requirement for screening adjacent to residentially developed parcels has been included. Primarily, those are the parcels located adjacent to 8 Mile Road, essentially between 8 Mile and the hospital facility. The project is also adjacent to a Woodbridge irrigation ditch that has existing riparian habitat. The development title requires that we maintain a buffer for any riparian habitat within that area. That would be 100 feet from the mean high water line or 50 feet from the existing habitat, whichever is greater. And the applicant has incorporated this in the site design and it has been included in the recommended conditions. The project site As noted previously, it will result in a 42-acre hospital campus, but the project site is comprised of 3 existing legal lots. The applicant has proposed a lot line adjustment to consolidate the hospital development and result in an 18.4-acre undeveloped parcel that will remain in agriculture. The application has not yet been submitted for that lot line adjustment. However, the potential adjustment was reviewed and considered with the project and the EIR, and a condition for the lot line has been included in the recommended conditions. This project included an environmental impact report, and our consultants from eCorp Consulting will discuss the details about the EIR and its findings.
Good morning, board members. My name is Chris Stabenfeld. I'm with eCorp Consulting. I was project manager for preparation of the EIR. Also wanted to introduce my colleagues, Mark Morris with eCorp over there, and Wayne Sejo from Katie Anderson, who prepared the traffic study for the document. I'm going to do a really brief overview of the findings of the document, and then we will be available if you have any more detailed comments or questions that you have of us. So I'll start out by just noting that we did identify a number of issues that had a less than significant impact. Those included aesthetics, agricultural resources, land use and planning, mineral resources, population and housing, recreation, and wildfire. We also identified a number of issues that required mitigation. Those included biological resources, cultural resources, geology, soils, and paleontology, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, tribal cultural resources, and utilities and service systems. Those have been included in the record and will be part of the mitigation monitoring and reporting program required for the applicant to comply with. We did identify a few significant unavoidable impacts. One of those was air quality impacts related to greenhouse gas emissions. There wasn't any mitigation that could bring those below the thresholds. Stephanie already talked a little bit about the phase 2 helistop operations. I did want to note that that facility would only be actually developed if the hospital actually achieved a trauma designation, which is uncertain, and that would only be during phase 2. I also wanted to note that our analytical approach for noise emergency noise is exempt from significance thresholds, but we took a conservative approach and looked at it based on the decibel levels. And then finally, the transportation analysis identified that vehicle miles traveled was a significant unavoidable impact. And as I indicated, Wayne Shijo is here with Katie Anderson if you have any further questions about the transportation analysis. Then finally, I just wanted to point out that as part of the record, CEQA findings of fact were prepared. Those are attachment E. Those are presented to the county findings relative to the project impacts and mitigation measures for your consideration. Also, a statement of overriding considerations was prepared, which is attachment F. This presents the economic, legal, social, technological, or other project benefits that justify project approval, irrespective of its significant unavoidable impacts, which, as just described, are for air quality, noise, and transportation. And with that, once again, we're available if you have any questions as you get into the discussion part, and we appreciate the opportunity to assist the county.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. This item was heard at the Planning Commission on September 15th, 2022. At the public hearing, 19 people spoke in support of the project and 2 people spoke in opposition. After considering all the testimony, the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to forward the project and the associated documents to your board with the recommendation of approval. Since the Planning Commission hearing, the Community Development Department has received additional support letters that were also sent through the clerk of the board. So this is a photo taken from West Lane looking northeast at the project site at the approximate location of the main access driveway, and it's currently planted in grapes, as you can see. This photo was taken from Ham Lane, so the opposite side of the project site, looking towards the phase 2 development area. I discussed a little bit about the riparian habitat buffer that will be maintained by the project site. This essentially shows that irrigation ditch and the existing growth along that area that they will need to develop outside of the buffer. This is a rendering of the site provided by the applicant, and it depicts the West Lane entrance and looks east at the Phase 1 development, and then Phase 2 is kind of in the background. So this would be that Phase 1 hospital building, the entrance off of West Lane, and then the Phase 2 structures would be kind of back towards the rear here. And this is a rendering of the Phase 1 hospital building provided by the applicant. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors take the recommended action shown on this slide and also included in your board letter. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Any questions? Okay, not seeing any. All right. Open the public hearing. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes, so anybody
Good morning, Chair Wynn, members of the Board of Supervisors, Brett Jolly, on behalf of the applicant, the Gill family. I am joined today by Drs. Jasbir and Parham Gill, their sons Ricky and Chalman, and our project architect, Nick Seward from NJA Architects in Lodi. I'd like to thank your staff and, particularly Ms. Stowers and, Principal Planner King for the excellent work that they have done on this project over the past 3 years. And I'd also like to thank Chris for the presentation that he gave and the work that his team has put in to the environmental impact report. Environmental impact reports are the exception, not the rule, typically on projects in this county. But when the county first looked at this, they said it's a significant project, and we think that an environmental impact report should be prepared for this. And my clients agreed and said, let's do that and do the best environmental review and project that we can. We were delayed a bit by COVID. This marks a 3-year crescendo in this process, but we're pleased to finally be here. We did, as Ms. Stowers mentioned, go to the Planning Commission in September. The commission, after hearing overwhelming support for the project, voted 5-0 to recommend approval to this board. So we're very pleased to bring it to you. As history, Dr. Jasbir and Parham Gill have been obstetricians in this county for over 40 years. They've pioneered minimally invasive surgery practices in the county, and for the past decade have provided advanced robotic surgeries, which dramatically reduce recovery time for women. Over the decades, they've witnessed the decline in the availability of women's health care services in this county, and this hospital realizes their vision to expand the availability of cutting-edge women's medical care in the county, which is sorely needed. But they're not just physicians, they're farmers. They own and actively farm hundreds of acres around the project site. So they've approached this project not only with the viewpoint of physicians, but also with the sensitivity of farmers and folks who live and farm in that community. The project will help to partially fill the deficit in needed health care in this county. As part of the EIR, an economic impact report was commissioned, which is Exhibit I. It found that the Stockton area and the county are substantially underserved by hospital facilities compared to the state average. And even at build out of this hospital, there will still be the need for an additional up to 200 beds in the county. This is highlighted by a letter the board received late last week from Joe Harrington, the former CEO of Lodi Memorial Hospital, noting the need for these types of services. In terms of benefits, this project will really make San Joaquin attractive to both healthcare professionals and industries. I think common sense tells us that increasing healthcare infrastructure in this county will serve to attract both more healthcare professionals, and it will also provide an incentive for industries to move here to locate their businesses and their employees. We realize that this takes 40 acres, a little over 40 acres out of agricultural production. It's a decision that the board does not take lightly, I know, but the benefits of this project, I believe, outweigh any burdens as articulated in the EIR and as the record has shown. So we appreciate the board's attention to this and urge you to follow the approval of the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Jolly?
Thank you.
Okay. Mary, excuse me.
Good morning. Hi. Good morning.
Are you Mary?
Oh, sorry.
Mary Ammon Tula? I just take them as I get them. You could hand it to the clerk of the board.
Hello. My name's Mary Amanatula, and I'm not only a neighbor of Dr. Gill. I grew up on Ham Lane, down the street, and also grew up farming. But I've also been a critical care ICU emergency trauma nurse for 17 years at UC Davis, Stanford, UCSD, and Doctors Hospital of Manteca. So I guess the main reason, I'm also advocating for the farmers, but my main reason is advocating for the patients who can't speak. And I've had the pleasure of 2 hospitals being built, and if they had taken a nurse's opinion, I don't think that it would have been built the way it was built. So that would be UC Davis, and also Stanford Hospital, who spent $2.2 billion building a hospital, but also built the triage on the other side of the cardiac resuscitation room. So if I have a dead baby or a baby under CPR, I have to run across the size of a football stadium to get it to the code room. So my point being is I would never build a hospital, let alone a hospital for critically ill babies in the middle of farmland that appears like that all the time. And that, I don't care how much like soil testing you do or, you know, checking to make sure it's okay, a critical baby's lungs have to breathe that in. And you can say you can filter the hospital, but what about, you know, transport or things like that? That's full of valley fever, it's full of pesticides, and there's a reason why my family has so much cancer. I'm actually dealing with the issue. I'm 40 years old and I have a mass in my right breast. My brother's had cancer twice at 36 and 40. So I just personally wouldn't put a hospital in the middle of farmland when you cannot filter that air. There's just no possible way. And I'm almost advocating for our healthcare people that would be okay with this, because at 18 years old, till that baby is 18, the parents can sue if there's something wrong. So, you know, that includes cancer, pesticides, valley fever. So I just, you know, there's plenty of space in Stockton, and I'm not denying the fact that we need this hospital. But there's plenty of abandoned buildings in Stockton. There's plenty of other places to build a hospital that would be safer for babies with these critical lungs that shouldn't be inhaling that air. So I guess I'm like protecting us, and I'm protecting the babies, and you know, just protecting the farmers as well. And that's basically all I have to say.
Pat Blodgett.
Okay, let me introduce myself. I'm Pat Nordwick Blodgett, and we are a farming family in Lodi, and in California since 1850s. My husband's family has farmed on Ham Lane since 1926, long before the Gill family even came to this country, probably. When I say Dr. Gill is not a farmer, I think that I would know. They are landowners, not farmers. If they were real farmers, they would understand and would know the difficulties farmers face day to day. And in my opinion, would never ever want this sort of development in and on agricultural area, ever. Farmers today face water shortages. Woodbridge water, we are rationed on that, even though we were one of the first farmers to be part of the Woodbridge irrigation. Well water contamination, dust, you saw that picture, that was taken a week and a half ago. And paving over our amazing soil, the best in the entire world. Prime farmland, bad planning on the Gills. If they were real farmers, they would agree and never ever propose such a plan ever. The stress on farmers in this area is not okay. All of us have heard and seen the commercials on TV about Camp Lejeune. Why would anyone in the so-called planning department allow a hospital, let alone a birth center, to be built in a farming area? My own family has used Roundup, and now that product is being linked to health issues. The Gills should really rethink their plans, because who is going to be blamed down the road, say in 20 years, when a patient of theirs has health issues? We, the farmers, will it be the farmer in the area or the Gill family, or maybe even the planning commission that okayed this, or maybe the supervisors? Who knows? Farming and only farming should be allowed in this area. Come on now. The best soil in the entire world. And we need to preserve this farming area for as long as we can. What does that mean?
That means your time is up.
Okay, well, I'm just against this, and I think you should too, every single one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. David Soar.
Hello. Good morning, Chief Chair Wynn and honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Dr. David Saru, and we own the property that is directly north, adjacent to the proposed center. The property currently is a vineyard, and it is being actively farmed. We support the project and urge the Board of Supervisors to adopt the Planning Commission's recommendations for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Kinderman. Thank you. Angela May.
Good morning, supervisors. It's been a while since I have returned. Okay, so I have some common language. There's some layman's terms that people need to understand when they're actually reading the presentation. Riparian rights actually means water rights. And what you're talking about is impeding on private vineyard land. Now, whether or not those people approve of it or not, in that specific irrigation area, those farmers are already being faced with current restrictions, which also means a cut in our agricultural economy. Our valley area alone, California, provides over 35% of the national needs for agricultural produce and supplies. That means one less area is being taken and provided to the people in our grocery stores, one way or another. We already have inflation. We already have grocery stores thinking about their top dollar rather than our empty pockets. So while that might not be the Gill's concern, that's the average voter and the average citizen's concern right now who are waiting for the Thanksgiving lines to wait for their boxes of food. Will it actually include grapes this year? Who knows? Now, the farmer compensation and impact reports, I don't see that being factored into how that's going to affect URI in the grocery stores. I would like to see a little bit more information on that. Now, the past 2 years, there is no doubt that women and children, and especially babies and NICUs, we've needed more services. But over the past 2 years, those same women and children have been denied assistive family and other guests to even be in there. So let's stop pretending that this is to assist women and children, but this is also going to congregate women and children into a generalized location. I'm sorry, as a mother of 2 and a stepmother of 2, I have a problem with that. If I choose to have another child, I'm going to tell you right now, I would refuse to go to a facility that centralizes women and children to one location, and with such a poor design layout that you've got services critical to babies over here that should be over here with everything else. The design is poorly planned, the location is impeding on riparian rights that should contribute to the average population in our grocery stores one way or another. Now, you say environmental impact. There's farmers, there's old families, there's Central Valley in general. Our national budgeting has already cut into the farmland. It has already cut into our water conservation. Those farmers are already under threat. It needs to stop. And it begins with you saying no more. Gill Center, I'm sorry, they're not farmers. They have no idea what they're talking about. I have a family of farmers. Maybe not here, but I do.
Jack Siglock.
Mr. Chairman, board members, blessings to you, and thank you for your service. I'm happy to be here today as an advocate for the project. I've had the pleasure of knowing the Gill family for over 40 years. Everything I've known that they've done, and they've done a lot of different things, they've done first class. They've spared no expense. They've built things well. And I have no doubt this facility will meet a need in San Joaquin County. I think other people will speak more to the medical necessity of it, but we're short of beds in San Joaquin County, and that was discussed probably a little bit more at the public hearing with the Planning Commission. Number 2 is in a previous lifetime, I used to travel quite a bit up the rural areas all the way to the Oregon border, representing a guy named Norm Shumway, who unfortunately passed away last week. But during that time, I visited many rural hospitals, and they're in the middle of national forest, some of them. National forest, by the way, are ag land as part of the Department of Agriculture, as an aside. So they do exist in rural areas. They do exist in unincorporated areas. I visited them, and I'm sure there's a lot more that I haven't seen. In addition to that, again, with the need, with the unincorporated area, the fact that I know my personal needs as I get older here, and I'm now 65, I know there's been a personal shortage of facilities. So I just think, you know, I've heard some comments that they're not real farmers. That's not true at all. Land in Lodi that's been annexed for Costco, a guy named Pat Stalker, a friend of mine who passed away about 5 years ago, he's a real farmer. He would have been insulted to have heard that the land he sold for Costco didn't make him a farmer somehow. The Van Ruten family has houses being built on their land in Lodi. They're real farmers. The Gills are real farmers. Not only do they have land here, it's in their blood. They have land in Fresno County from other family members. He's absolutely an advocate of farming and agriculture. So I just think with the necessity of the project, the fact they exist in unincorporated areas, I think this is a good project. It meets a physical need in that area. We actually have 3 churches, 3 temples, and 1 mosque, which meets spiritual needs. So I don't see this as bad for growth or this or that. I just think it's a necessity, and I hope and I pray that you'll move forward and vote in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Area, Russell?
Is it Alicia Russell? Maybe.
It's
okay.
It's Russell. How's that?
Good morning. My name is Dr. Alicia Russell. My husband and I have been physicians for the Gill OBGYN group for 6 years now. We moved here from Michigan in 2016 and have become part of this community. We've started our family here, and our children attend school and church with many of your children and grandchildren. I currently serve as the head of the obstetrics department at Adventist Health Lodi Memorial, but today I'm here speaking on behalf of the Gills. I'm very excited at the prospect of this project and what it's going to bring to the people of this community. The Gills are looking to bring a state-of-the-art birthing center and medical facility to our area. Whether women are desiring natural childbirth or are requiring more high-risk care, we're giving them the opportunity for private birthing suites with the latest technology and all the amenities. There is nothing like this that exists in our area. The Gill Group is the largest privately owned OBGYN practice in the Valley, and they have been doing this for over 40 years. Almost all of you know someone that's seen our doctors for gynecologic care or allowed us to participate in the most joyous time of their life. Lodi is continuing to grow, and we see housing popping up everywhere. But we're regularly experiencing delays in our patient care, both in the ERs and on our birthing units. This project is a commitment to the people of this community to continue to provide the top-notch care that we have been. It's going to provide jobs for our communities and bring doctors, nurses, and midwives to our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Jesse Tansen?
Good morning. My name is Leslie Tansen, and I'm a retired educator with Stockton Unified School District. My husband, Dr. Gabriel Tansen, and the Gills have known each other for a number of years, and we're in favor of this project. As you know, the medical institution is the anchor of our community. The medical institution plays a major role in the social, economic vitality of our city. Hospitals provide employment for more than 5.7 million Americans. Furthermore, hospitals spend over $852 million in goods and services annually and generate greater than $2.8 million in economic activities. It has been predicted that the healthcare industry will grow faster and provide more jobs than any other sector. You can see what impact that hospital or this hospital will make on our economy in Stockton. The need for the additional hospital is so great when you look at the hours patients and their families wait to be seen in the emergency room. I have known people who have waited over 10 hours to be assigned a room in the hospital. You are blessed if you have not experienced this situation. I would like to personally thank Dr. Gill for being a visionary leader who contributes to the cause of humanity by providing this opportunity for the citizens of Stockton. As you well know, we are experiencing a rapid growth in population, especially in North Stockton. 8 Mile Road is an excellent location for a hospital. This gives us a chance to impact our community socially as well as economically, both physically and mentally. Let's work together to make a dream a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Farrar?
Hello, I rise here today to talk about this project.
I'm on the board of directors of the Farm Bureau. My understanding was either we didn't get a notice or we didn't. There's no way we had a decision on this. So I'm going to speak as as an individual. I think this is a bad idea. I don't think you should go forth with this on the area that it's at, because of food safety rules, because of buffering laws, and because there will be laws in the future that, like with schools and hospitals, that with like pesticide buffering and all that stuff, and they'll restrict the local farmers. And those that do not want to sell their land to make money off this thing, to expand the hospital or whatever, they're going to be the ones that get hit with this, and this isn't fair to them. And if I was farming next to them, I'd be pretty upset about this. I definitely would be a NIMBY, put it that way. But I just wanted to say that because I didn't come here for that purpose, but hearing this, it kind of upset me, and I started thinking about this a little bit. And I just wanted to relay to you guys that, there's developed lands, in the city limits, like Lodi city limits or in Stockton city limits, that are probably a better spot for this and closer to the people, and, maybe even help, homeless or whatever, because when you start putting this stuff farther out, you're also going to force development on the other people that don't want to sell, and it's going to get ugly. So I'm just telling you, that's my as an individual. I'm not advocating on behalf of anyone else, just myself, and I'm just going to tell you that's my concern on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Jennifer, and I'm sorry, I think it starts with a P. Okay.
My name is Jennifer Pappas, and I'd like to first say what an honor it is to be here with our Board of Supervisors and our community discussing how we can make it better. My husband, Andy, and I own Papa Pavlo's, and Dr. Pam Gill delivered all 4 of our children. She was my mother-in-law's doctor and is now our adult daughter's doctor as well. I admire and think highly of both Dr. Gills and all that their family represent in our community. I will never forget living through the restrictions and shutdown of our business that COVID created, with the majority of it being due to the hospital bed shortages. Every day while I drive from work from Lodi and Stockton, I see the construction of new homes and apartments on Lower Sac and also on Highway 12. I actually feel strongly that it's irresponsible to allow more homes or even schools to be built without first building more hospitals in our towns. Our hospital bed capacity and services have not kept up with our population growth, and it really must be in the forefront of all of our minds. Why are we okay with our community being underserved in the area of critical health infrastructure, which should be a priority for our community? There is quite literally no other city this large in the state of California that mimics our lack of access, because we're that far behind. IVF patients have to seek treatment outside of the county. Bed shortages create limitations for inducing pregnant patients. And don't we all remember the cancellations of elective surgeries and treatment delays during COVID due to the absence of available hospital beds? Lodi has only 1 hospital in the entire town, yet it recently has added 4 new housing subdivisions and is currently building more as I speak. Stockton has 3 hospitals. San Joaquin General is not exactly in the heart of Stockton. It's quite a drive from both Stockton and Lodi. Dameron recently eliminated all of its women's services, and then there's St. Joseph's, which is a Catholic-based hospital with ethical restrictions that will not perform many needs that are frankly in high demand by women. To name one of several is a tubal ligation, and using myself as an example, after having 4 children over a span of 13 years and being in my mid-40s, I still would not qualify to have my tubes tied if that was my request. The services that we as a community are desperately lacking are reason enough of why we need another women's center. But there are even more reasons that are worth mentioning. West Lane and 8 Mile Road is the perfect location for a hospital. Not only is it right off the freeway and easily accessible, the amount of jobs it would bring to our area would be outstanding. The hospital would also triage injuries, providing ER health care, which is currently unacceptably long. It would help alleviate the overcrowding for our other hospitals, and we would no longer need to leave our area to be taken care of. I feel strongly that with the Gill family, we have a unique opportunity for our community to create a 21st century state-of-the-art medical facility. And we all know that healthy competition does promote quality care. So I don't think there's an argument that can be made that our community does not need another hospital. And my family, and I thank you, Dr. Gills, for all that you've done for our community.
Yep. Dr. Gill, Parham Gill.
respected board members and staff. My name is Dr. Param Gill, and it's an honor to appear before you. I've cared for women in this community and this county for over 42 years. The barometer by which a community is judged is how it takes care of women and children. In 1980, when I started, there were 6 hospitals serving the greater Lodi and Stockton area. There was San Joaquin General Hospital, St. Joseph's Hospital, Dameron Hospital, Oak Park Hospital, Lodi Memorial Hospital, and Lodi Community Hospital. Oak Park Hospital became a psych facility. Lodi Community Hospital got bought out and got decommissioned as an acute care hospital. What this meant is that the bed count in this community went down while the population surged. Another event happened in 2016. Kaiser withdrew from Dameron Hospital and contracted with St. Joseph's Hospital, thus closing the door for women and children at Dameron Hospital. Another consequence of this closure it was that women in Stockton that request a tubal ligation are unable to have one because St. Joseph's does not provide those services. It's a travesty that Stockton, with a population of more than Cincinnati, Ohio, does not provide tubal ligation services for women. Women have to leave the community and for IVF services to the Bay Area or to Sacramento. 50% of such women that request a tubal have to make another appointment, another surgical procedure, increasing the cost of health care, arranging for child care. This is a travesty in 2022 and must be addressed. Gill OBGYN's commitment to pioneering healthcare remains steadfast to this community. We brought minimally invasive surgery here 30 years ago, ahead of Stanford and UC Davis. We now are providing robotic surgery for the last decade to women with less blood loss, quicker return to work. The low bed count, we're unable to induce patients that have diabetes, that have high blood pressure, and that's risky for the mother and the baby. I ask each and every one of you to approve this project. It's good for the community. It will be physician-centric and patient-centric, and will be good. Thank you.
Dr. Gill, just a moment. Just a question, and I've been asked this numerous times, and I don't have an answer, so I'll ask you, and you can provide it. I've been asked in regards to this particular facility, will abortions be performed?
Well, I can tell you, Chairman, when we as a group, Gill OBGYN, we do not do abortions in our practice. We are the largest group that care for women in this community. We do not do abortions. This will be a hospital facility when it's ready, and that will be a decision that whoever the partner is will make at that time. Right now, as a medical group, we do not do terminations.
Okay, thank you. I don't have an answer. I'm glad you can. Thank you.
Thank God it was a medical question and not a board of supervisor question.
True.
Thank you for all that you do for the community.
Thank you. Carolyn Mao?
Good morning, Chairman Nguyen, supervisors. My name is Carolyn Mao, and I'm here today in support of the Gill Family Medical Center for Women. I'm a lifelong resident of San Joaquin County, and I was born in St. Joseph's Hospital almost 8 decades ago. And during my life, I've lived and I've witnessed so many changes to this community. I've seen it grow from a population of approximately 150,000 during the 1950s to almost 800,000 today. But housing developments have grown both in North Stockton, almost to Lodi, and even on our east and west sides of Stockton. But we have not seen hospital growth. But we've got freeways instead of highways. We've got mass shopping centers instead of small strip malls. And we've got a lot more schools today. The availability of hospitals beds have not grown during this mass growth of population. Granted, hospitals have expanded and upgraded their facilities, those of which are still here, as Dr. Gill pointed out. And they've included an increase in hospital beds. But in truth, we know the beds are designated for certain medical conditions. As an example, there are units specifically for cardiac care, surgery, cancer, orthopedics, mental health, pediatrics, and obstetric care. But really, if you go in for a general medical problem, you find yourself waiting, especially women. Today, I'd like to share with you my personal reasons for supporting the Gill Women's Medical Center. As a woman, and I'm a 5-time cancer survivor, 3 of which have been specifically women's cancers, I personally feel the need for this medical center that would be involved specifically with women's health. And I hope each person recognizes and acknowledges the importance of women's health, as each person is born from a woman. The majority of women have born 1 or more children, and the birth of a baby is one of life's greatest and happiest events. But being pregnant is a condition that puts tremendous stress on a woman's body. And often several children later and years later, mom has a medical condition that is identified specifically as a woman's health issue. I know several women that fall in this group, and I'm sure you do too. Diagnosing the cause of a problem often involves many tests and examinations. A great deal of stress is felt by these women as they wait for these appointments, and they do their best to cope with the physical symptoms and emotions. I sincerely feel that with the approval of this project for their women's facility, that women could be treated quicker and eventually maybe increase for all general medical practices. So I urge you to strongly support this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Chester Murphy.
Hello, Chairman and board members. My name's Chester Murphy. I'm a farmer. I'm a longtime member of the San Joaquin Farm Bureau, also a longtime member of Lodi District Grape Growers, where I met Jasper Gale at. And I used to be a volunteer fireman for about 22 years, and I know through that experience, there was times that there was hospitals that were taking patients, and we would have to find a hospital to direct them. I was down with a family member a couple weeks ago and met just some wonderful staff at St. Joe's, but I gotta say they're overwhelmed. Since I was there last many years ago, this time, they had their beds, but they got chairs with dividers in the hallways. Their waiting room is now triage for patients. Their waiting room is the parking lot. So I had to stand and wait in the parking lot, and there was people out there in wheelchairs and just waiting, to get admitted. And so there's a need here in this community, and it continues with an older population. And I remember even when I went to school And Escalon, that people I went to high school were born in the hospital in Escalon. There hasn't been a hospital in Escalon in probably 45 years, or maybe 50, I'm not sure. But anyway, I hope that you approve this project. There's a need here, and I know that it will be a good project. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie Miller?
Good morning. Sorry about earlier.
That's no problem.
I'm post-call. I came from St. Joe's this morning where I delivered a baby. But again, there were people waiting in hallways for triaging in front of windows, women who are in gowns having cervical exams and being checked near windows because of the lack of bed availability. So I'm here to kind of talk a little bit about that, but also do some comparisons. So I'm originally from Ohio. I'm from Akron, Ohio, which is very similar to Stockton to Sacramento, okay? So I have some numbers that I wanted you guys to write down before we start. So the first column of numbers is 790,000, 320,000, and then 753, just 753. In the other column, we're going to talk about 540,000, 190,000, and then 1849. Okay. So in Akron, Ohio is about 40 minutes south of Cleveland. You know, everybody knows about the Cleveland Clinic, but there's also other hospitals in Cleveland, Metro Health, and those type of things. Akron, Ohio, there's 3 main hospitals. It's Akron Summa, where I trained and was born, same as LeBron James and Steph Curry. And then also Akron General, which was recently bought by the Cleveland Clinic, as well as Akron Children's Hospital. San Joaquin County has 790,000 people. In the city of Stockton, you have 320,000 people, and you have 753 beds for that amount of people. It's very underserved. We go to Akron, Ohio, which is 540,000 people. Well, the county is 540,000 people. The population's 190,000 people, and we have 1,849 beds for that community. This community is severely underserved, and it breaks my heart that this community where I now live is completely underserved. The other thing we could talk about is comparison about what those hospitals bring to the community. So in Akron, Ohio, between the 3 hospitals, there's my numbers, there is 22 residency programs that physicians go to train. In Stockton, we have 11. It will help bring population, it will help bring doctors, it will help bring things to the facility. There's multiple things going up as housing, and we are completely underserved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Liz Nicolini?
Good morning. I was just listening to everything before I start my thing. You would have to be brain dead if you don't know we need hospitals. There is a shortage of hospitals, 100%. But I'm a 3rd generation resident of Lodi, total 8 in our family, 4 of which of our kids are working the polls today as clerks and inspectors. What I'm here is the majority of the residents in this neighborhood, including us, don't want this project. We voted you in, supervisors, to represent us, and that's what we expect you to do. Represent us. Not one of you that I know of approached us and asked us what we wanted, if we wanted this in our community. We never received a survey or opinion poll. We were never given a notice by mail this was coming. We just heard it by word of mouth. You represent the people of the county. Your obligation is to reach out to the people of the community who are involved, who live where this project is coming, and ask them, what do you want? Is this what you want I have to say this, you have failed because no one has reached out to us. I repeat, the majority of the residents don't want this project, and you all represent us. I know we need, like I said before, we need more hospitals. I'm involved in healthcare as our children. Not here, please, not here, somewhere else. And we do need a hospital, but not here. Like I said, you never came to us, you never asked us our opinion, and that's what's upsetting us the most. Thank you.
Denise Aguilar.
Good morning. I had zero intention on talking about this today, mostly because I didn't know about it. And this is one of the problems in the community is we don't know what's going on, what you guys are talking about. Almost every meeting we have, we talk about how San Joaquin County is the hub of agricultural, not just for food, but for our farmers. My family is a family of farm workers, and I'm kind of shocked that you guys are even entertaining taking 40 acres from agricultural space to make into a hospital. I really encourage you guys to look at Moms Across America and their dive in glyphosate and what that does to the soil, and putting babies and pregnant women in a facility like that. Unbelievable. And to not even tell the farmers and ask the community members, this is the kind of legacy you guys want to leave, is taking farmland. What are you guys going to do when people can't afford food? Kathy Miller, you said San Joaquin County is a poor county. How are we going to afford food when the prices increase because there's no farmland or water? I really hope you guys are taking this into consideration, and I hope you guys feel the fire from the farmers, the farm workers, and the community. You should not. There's so many other places you can build. Like, why here? This was poor planning on this piece. People over here in their suits and, able to afford the food, while people like us are starving because the prices are too high, and you guys are looking at taking 40 acres of agriculture. Who am I, though? I'm just a peasant in Stockton.
Anyone else? Yes, Alex?
Alex LaFerris. I didn't intend to speak about this project or anything like that, but I'm against this project because have you looked at the shortages we're facing in food across the world? Do you honestly think that we have food security? We have food security in our local area. You need to look at what's going on in other states. Sri Lanka. Look at other countries. Okay? It's not being mentioned. The high, sharp increase of food costs. You're not looking at this. We have food security in this county. You're putting 40 acres out of agriculture production. Guys, the food shortages are real, okay? This is not a theory. And you better take food security very seriously right now. Very seriously right now. What's going on in Ukraine? Food has been taken out because of our stupidity, Washington, D.C. globalist elites trying to wage World War III against Russia. But what have they done? There's no grains coming out of Ukraine to feed the Middle East. See what's going on in Lebanon and other countries? No, you don't see it. Guys, we need to protect our farmland here. We have a goal, and we are a breadbasket for America. You don't realize that, but you will soon. It's hitting a lot of us people with food costs. Go to the markets. If you're making over $100,000 a year, you could absorb the cost. If you're making $50,000 a year and less, your costs are increasing. So I would oppose this project. Keep our food production intact. We need our farmers to be number one. They are going to save us in a near-term future. Near-term meaning in a few months to a year, folks.
Anyone else?
I'll be very brief. My name is Tammy Coela,
and I live and work in Lodi. I believe we have two questions to consider around this project. The first is whether we believe that we need this project now at this time. I believe we've been able to answer that overwhelmingly yes. For our community size, we are not keeping up with facility beds in our area. This leaves women traveling out of the area to places like Sacramento and San Francisco for our health care. I believe the bigger question is the second question. Who can spearhead this project and see it through? Over 30 years ago, when I started my career in healthcare administration, the Gills were already decades long hard at work for the women in our area. They have dedicated their entire careers caring for all women, including the underserved in this area. Now, decades later, they are prepared to have a long-standing legacy of top-notch care for many years to come. The Gill family has the ability to bring this project to life. I place my support in this project and specifically give my full support to the Gills and look forward to seeing this project happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, I am against the placement of the medical, I'm against the placement of the medical facility at the proposed location for the following reasons. This area zoned agriculture and its future use as a medical center will be disruptive to farming operations. Number two, it will bring in high traffic and unsafe roadways. The entry and exit at Ham Lane is problematic for me. For those going northbound towards the Lodi area, most vehicles going in that direction will connect with Armstrong Road, a major farming road, which is becoming an overburdened roadway with commuters trying to get somewhere fast. It will become even more dangerous for those of us who live, work, and farm on this roadway. Number three, I have to ask the board why they said that there was going to be a hospital, wanted a hospital over by Spanos. I don't hear anybody mentioning that. What happened to that? What happened to that? If they need hospitals, why would this project not go there when it was talked about going, some type of hospital going there? And number three, much is to be gained financially by the Gills to get this medical center placed at this location, as they own hundreds of acreage surrounding this property, this proposed project. Also, Dr. Saru spoke. Another one that's buying all the land. I call it a hotbed area between Lodi and Stockton because everybody wants that developed. I hope that in the future, some of the same surrounding acreage will be kept in farming or green space in perpetuity. Many residents of both Lodi and Stockton hope for the same. Let's remember the late William and Julia Mickey, a Lodi farming family turned philanthropists who donated hundreds of acres in 1938 to San Joaquin County. With their generosity, we gained a crown jewel park and zoo named Mickey Grove. So I hope that there will still be a green space between Lodi and Stockton. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, clerk of the, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tess Schnabelt, and I've been a patient of Dr. Gill, and she is a wonderful, wonderful gynecologist. But it's not about having great doctors. It's about where you are putting them. Is important is where you're going to have a facility. Both Dr. Gill's doctors that I've been going to have left. I can't get a gynecologist. I have to go to Lodi. Why are doctors leaving this field in the California Street facility? Where have you looked? Have you looked around this county to see where there's open space? I have. I was born and raised in South Stockton. So I went looking. Have you guys looked around for some empty spaces to build up? Why can't we build up? Another question, the one that I looked at is over by my girlfriend's place on Cherokee Lane. Not Cherokee Lane east, where the farmers are growing their crops, where I go to actually knock down walnuts to get some walnuts. But west of Cherokee, on Cherokee Lane, there's a lot of open space there. And I know for a fact that that is available. Why can't we build a hospital in these empty spaces first, or at least try to build one? My grandfather grew grapes out by Galt. He would be amazed to see all this building going on when we can fill in the inner cities with going up. So I just want to ask you that. Have you gone around and looked? Why are we so anxious to use wonderful ag property? We need some buffer zones. We don't need Sacramento, Citrus Heights, Rancho Cordova lined up here in the valley. So it's time for you to stand up and check out some vacant lots. This is ridiculous just to go by a planning, because she is a great doctor, but she doesn't need to be taking up this property. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none? Oh.
I'm from Lodi. We've been farming in the area we're third generation in that area there. We are not against a hospital going up for women. We are just against where it is being put between Lodi and Stockton. And as the previous person said, there's other places. Blue Shield is empty, isn't it? It's still empty. I have pictures of it being empty during the COVID. It's empty. And we've been around a long enough time. Oh, put Blue Shield there. There'll be people coming in and using the restaurants and everything else. It's closed right now, or it's used very little. And they want to put in agricultural land. I'm going to finish. This is the other thing that bothers me, is that this would be the first development north of 8 Mile Road between the two freeways. Is that what we want there? A hospital there? No, we want it still green. And if you look at the farming around there, it is wonderful. There are some great farmers farming there. I mean, maybe because I'm a farmer, but between Lodi and Stockton, you have all this development going on, and then you come out and you see the trees growing, the walnut trees, there's almond trees. There's still vineyards, but there's not a lot of money in vineyards right now, I hear, in grapes. People are pulling them out, putting in almond trees. That's farming in our San Joaquin County. The other thing I wanted to say is there's two kinds of farmers. You have your real farmers that have been in for years, and you have your investment farmers. And I'm not against, like I said, I'm not against the facility going up, but I think these are investor farmers. I'm going to read a quote from a distinguished member of the community that couldn't be here today. And before I forget, before I quote it, I was disappointed this was going on today, because we are supposed to be voting today, hopefully in person. Okay, so I said it should have been postponed, but no, we have to be here. This is a voting day, so I'm very disappointed that we as citizens and our Board of Supervisors is doing this today. To me, it's an important thing, and the community between Lodi and Stockton, I'm sure, are all, I don't even know if they knew about it. I happened to read it on the back page on the want ads. That's where I read that this was going on today. So I'm going to read this quote from this person that told me this, but he couldn't be here. In the 70s, the plan was to fill in the infrastructure and preserve the ambience of the area between the cities. The
Excuse me, Chairman.
Representative.
Excuse me, do we have a timer that's working?
Supervisor Patty, hold off a second, all right?
Do we have a timer that's working, Chairman? Point of order?
Supervisor Patty, we'll let her finish the quote, and then she'll be finished.
Well, ma'am,
I'm
how
sorry,
long
I can't hear you.
Ma'am, how long is your quote? You're over your 3 minutes. How long is your quote?
Oh, can I finish it? Just one more sentence.
Sure.
Okay, I didn't know I was talking that long. Sorry.
Just point of order. Sorry. Thank you.
Let's see. The responsible representative will act to preserve the character of the community and follow this 40-year policy to benefit the community as a whole and not the favorable few. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no others, clerk of the board. That's what the clerk of the board is doing right now.
Thank you, Chairman. The first comment was submitted anonymously and reads, while I wildly support adding hospital beds to San Joaquin County, I am adamantly opposed to taking farmland away from this project. There are several areas of blight within Stockton that can be used instead. Please make a conscious decision, wise decision. The next comment was submitted by Christopher, who writes, Board, do not waste the time, money, or efforts on a new hospital at this time. The COVID jabs are currently doing their job and depopulating our world. Do research on the death toll since the jabs were released. Also research on fertility rates and how much they have been affected by the jabs. There are several reports out on COVID vaccines linked to plummeting fertility rate. Multiple studies published. As for the doctors that see the current health epidemic due to the poison jabs, but they refuse to speak up to keep their paycheck. Shame on you. The next comment was submitted by Meridi Nietsky, who writes, opposed to project, locations can be in so many other commercial areas with infrastructure. Environmental review, number 1, it shows 3 parcels totaling 60.8 acres as being utilized to create this 42-acre site. What of 18 acres left? Number 2, 8-mile driveway does not exist currently. Traffic is high. Number 3, EIR talks about pumping well water, and it doesn't state if this is for 12 beds or completed project of 112 beds. This report isn't giving enough information. Number 4, EIR usually are for only 5 years. Project states 10 years, so is this amended? Number 5, commercial locations available this project should be built on. Why do they want to place it on Ag 40 minimum area on land surrounding their own home? Seems to me the Gill Group has another agenda and there's no need for this much land. Number 6, Lodi Memorial is on less than 15 acres. Supports 196 beds, several stories, high helicopter pad already exists. Noise issue for impact. Airport on Lower Sacramento Road exists nearby. Number 7, Western Pond turtle and white-tailed kites that live in this area are mentioned but not addressed how they will deal with them. Swenson Hawk territory, there is no mention of owls and coyotes or rabbits, all living in this agricultural area. Number 8, I read about having sidewalks that are paid for by the residents. We live in the rural location that doesn't require sidewalks. I already pay for services such as traffic lights, and we are not willing to pay for sidewalks and additional traffic lights. Number 9, my concerns are the future development of this hospital doesn't work out. The next comment was submitted by Eunice Frederick, who writes, 9 a.m., Gill Women's Medical Center members of the board, I, along with many other residents of Lodi and Stockton area, had hoped for green belt between the two cities. The construction of the Gill Women's Medical Center will dash these hopes, paving the way for future development. Eunice Frederick of Lodi, California. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, Members of the Board of Supervisors, we would like to express not our opposition to the project itself, but our opposition to where it is being placed, that is, on prime agricultural farmland. We are grateful for the farmers and field workers who provide us with food. This project, in our eyes, will further burden the farmers and farm workers in the surrounding areas. We need to preserve farmland and utilize areas within the city of building up instead of building out. Sincerely, Veronica and Rudy Garraby. And that concludes our public comments for this item.
Thank you. All right, close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments?
I have a few questions, Chair, if you don't mind.
Yes, Vice Chair Rickman, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't push my button. Where does the city of Lodi and Stockton stand on this project?
Give us just 1 second, we'll pull up there.
Through the chair, the city of Lodi did not provide comment on this project. We did send the notice to them throughout the project, including the notice of preparation of the EIR. The city of Stockton Public Works Department did provide comment about the improvements along 8 Mile Road and some comments on the traffic components, but no additional.
Okay, so nothing from the city of Lodi. And what about the notification of this hearing? How far did we go out to notify the community from the project itself?
Through the chair, our standard notification radius in the ag zone is 1,400 feet from the edges of the property. We also sent notice to anybody who had requested to be on the notification list and provided an email or mailing address that we could send to.
All right, and this is just in response to some of these questions from the audience. So what happens if it's not at this location? I guess this would be for the Gills. I mean, what would happen? I mean, would there not be a hospital built in this region? Because you hear a lot you hear a lot here from the audience, build it someplace else. Is that even a possibility? I mean,
through the chair, may I address Supervisor Rickman's comment or question? Jolly. Okay, thank you again, Brett Jolly, for the record on behalf of the Gills. Supervisor Rickman, I think what you're getting at is the numerous comments we heard about a dislike for the location or the idea that alternative locations should have been addressed. And those actually were addressed in the environmental impact report. Early on, numerous people said, well, why don't you look at 8 Mile Road and I-5? There's a hospital permitted out there that's never been built. That's actually not the case. The site, as explained in the EIR thoroughly, that alternative site is actually also in the AG 40 zone in the county. It would have to be annexed. It's a part of a large area that the city of Stockton has looked at in its general plan to potentially in 20 or 30 years have additional development north of 8 Mile over there. But this site was specifically chosen because of its proximity to serve Lodi, to serve the growing area of North Stockton, and to serve the eastern part of the county where we have a real desert of health services. So this site was not just randomly picked. This was one that was really the best location. And even in the EIR, when we looked at other sites, we determined that this still was the best location, and the alternative site that was suggested by many did not even reduce the impacts of this. And one of the impacts that you heard a lot about is the concern about water. And as the EIR explains, the grapes on the site currently use 80 acre-feet of water. The project is going to end up using 42 acre-feet of water. That's because municipal water uses are substantially lower than agricultural uses. And if you ended up, someone said maybe it should be planted in almonds instead of grapes, almonds are going to use twice as much water out there. So the impacts to ag in terms of water are simply unfounded. They're not there. This will actually have a net benefit impact to the ability of people to utilize water for ag resources in that area.
Okay, one more quick question. And we heard about, farmer rights and farming operations. And we see this when you start building like in developments, like in South County where they used to build next to dairies and you have a development come in and then people don't like the smell of the cows, even though, the cows were there before the people. What assurance do these farmers that they are going to have the water, that they're going to be able to spray their fields, that they are going to be able to do operations without being, forced, maybe a different board changes the rules because of this new development that happens? Well, how can you assure us that's not going to happen?
Sure, and I think there's a two-part answer to that question, Supervisor Rickman. The first is the county has a right to farm ordinance.
Right.
This board early on recognized the importance of its agricultural operations in the county. It also recognized the fact that you will have more urbanized uses ultimately encroaching into existing agriculture. And in order to do that, the board adopted its right to farm ordinance, which recognizes the precedent of those existing farming operations and prevents the encroaching non-agricultural operations from being able to assert that the farming activities are a nuisance or otherwise causing problems. It basically gives the existing farming activities a priority of right in use in that location. And the second answer is, in this particular instance, we have heard from several speakers who said, you need to protect the farmers, think about the farmers. But the fact is, the Gills own most of the land immediately adjacent to that. And then Dr. Charoux, who owns the land immediately north, has come out in support of the project. So this hypothetical farmer who's going to be affected right next to the operation doesn't exist. We recognize this is a conversion of ag land. That's one of the reasons that the Gills voluntarily agreed to comply with the county's agricultural mitigation ordinance, even though it wasn't required to do so under the ordinance. They said we will voluntarily comply with that because we recognize that we are putting a non-traditional or a non-agricultural use into the ag zone that is permitted in that zone.
Okay, I think that's the only questions I had. The only other questions, hey, being in South County, we could use it in South County for sure, between Tracy and Mountain House. And
I'm sure they'll certainly keep that in mind in their future.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Supervisor Villaputa.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Jolly, can you tell me over the course of the next 10 years, how many patients will this hospital be able to help over the next 10 years?
I do not know the number of patients. I don't remember offhand. Somebody here may. I don't. But I could tell you that at phase one, it is going to be a 12-bed hospital.
Okay.
With an emphasis on labor and delivery. Phase two will be a 100-bed hospital. So you'll be able to have 100 people in beds at that point, plus whatever capacity you can treat in the ER and other facilities on site that don't necessarily require beds. So you will presumably be treating tens of thousands of people per year ultimately in that hospital or providing those services after phase two is completed.
And more or less, how many jobs do you think it'll create first in phase one and phase two?
Yeah, as I recall, we ran the numbers and they're in the EIR. I apologize, I don't remember them offhand. I think it was around 600 full-time jobs at the completion of phase two.
Okay, I know we've been studying this project for 3 years, and I think staff's done an amazing job. And I think this hospital makes total sense, especially where it's located. It's going to service two communities, and there's definitely a need for health care. My daughter just had a baby, and she was in the waiting room 8 hours just to get 8 hours just to get a room. And I want to thank the Gill family for bringing this project to San Joaquin County. It's going to help a lot of women and children. And I appreciate everything you've done for our community as far as your humanitarian issues and Mrs. Gill delivering tens of thousands of babies. And so I think it's a perfect project, and I think it makes total sense. And I understand the farming community is upset about it, but guess what? Everything they're going to do, they're going to help this community and help bring a lot of jobs, and most importantly, take care of women and children.
On behalf of the Gill family, thank you for your kind words, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I'm
I'm the only person up here that can speak from this particular perspective. I have actually given birth 3 times, and I can tell you the difference between giving birth in a hospital where you are stuck in a hallway and you have no privacy and people are walking by you constantly and you have no control over what's happening to you. The difference between that and a birthing center is so profound, it's hard for me to even describe to you the difference. And the fact that women in this county of almost 1 million people now have to go out of the county for fertilization processes, families, young couples that can't have children, that have to work to pay for those procedures and have to go elsewhere, that women who have given birth multiple times and as part of their family planning process, they want a permanent solution, that they have to travel elsewhere and pay extra money, a lot of extra money, and take time off work and provide for childcare for the kids that they already have. It's absolutely inexcusable, the level of women's health care we provide in this county. And this is an opportunity to make a real difference, to really move the needle on this. It's very easy for people to say, oh, well, we think we need a hospital, we just don't want it here. That's not how it works. It works when you have, we're not looking to build this hospital, the county. This is not going to be a government hospital. We are not developing it. These are private developers who have ascertained that this is the best location that will serve the 2 communities and the east side of our county. And this is where they propose to locate it. It's within the guidelines. They're going above and beyond to provide agricultural mitigation. And I acknowledge that the farming community sees this as a threat. But this county has grown tremendously in the number of people that are here now. And there is a real lack of quality health care and choices for women and families in San Joaquin County. And this is the project that is before us. It does meet all the guidelines. It was approved on a 5-0 with the Planning Commission. After they went the extra step and did an environmental impact report, there was numerous comments from the community that were addressed. They've met all of the legal requirements for this project. And I will just tell you that to simply say to more than half the population of this county, well, you don't deserve to have the choices that women in other counties have in terms of where you get your health care, the quality of the health care, and the choices you're allowed to make on behalf of your family and do it locally. It's not, from my standpoint, it's not acceptable. I believe the women of San Joaquin County, their children and their families deserve this health care facility. They deserve the choices and the quality of care that women in other counties take for granted. And I think this is a good project. I think it'll be well built. I think it is in a good location. To say that it's completely surrounded by ag is not true. We heard from former Supervisor Seaglock, there's numerous, very large church, temple, religious facilities all around there. There's also other commercial endeavors around there. The front corner of that this property wraps around is a large commercial operation. So I know that Change is hard, but I believe this is a good project. I really believe it is going to provide a much needed benefit for the residents of San Joaquin County, and especially to women who are dealing with healthcare issues. So I support the project. I agree with Supervisor Villalpudua that the Gills have really gone above and beyond on this to try and meet the needs of the community and the concerns of the community. And I do support it. Thank you.
Just a comment from some of the questions that have been raised. And I assume community development is aware of this, although it's in the city of Stockton's territory. This is in the report that we received. Apparently, there's a mixed-use planned community of 343 acres of development, which includes 1,163 single-family homes, 340 high-density residential units, 20 acres of non-traditional park areas, 15.07 of traditional park areas, and 14.7 acres for a K through 8th grade school site. And that's on the other side of the road, essentially. So the question arises is if you talk about, gobbling up farmland, 343 acres, a lot more than 40 in regards to that. And don't get me wrong, I'm not opposed to agriculture. That's obviously the lifeblood of our county. To Supervisor Villapuda's question, in the report it talks about the number of jobs that are available, and it talks about short-term 1,200 jobs, estimated to create 817 permanent jobs, and then 280 downstream jobs based upon the study was done of this particular operation. And I guess, there's a lot of things, and I certainly totally agree with those who are supporting agriculture because, like I say, and actually my district is mostly agricultural, so that's something that I've been very cognizant of. However, the other part of it is each one of us up here probably sits on about 20 to 25 different boards, committees, and commissions. And I happen to sit on 3 dealing with healthcare. And by virtue of that, whether it be the Health Plan of San Joaquin, which Supervisor Miller and I sit on, and Supervisor Villapuda sat on in the past, and then also in regards to Health Force Partners, which is a collaboration of the 7 hospitals to recruit and train healthcare professionals, starting with nurses and doctors now. First of all, one of the concerns I have, I'll be honest, is that when you talk about, healthcare facilities, one of the things that we struggle with in San Joaquin County, and it's every facility, not just our hospitals, but health clinics, et cetera, is we have a real hard time recruiting nurses and doctors and other, specialists in medicine. And the problem is that we are competing essentially against the Bay Area, which, kind of challenges our resources. But nonetheless, the other part of it is we do lack bed space. And in regards to the comparisons, I think per 100,000 population, we're about 170. Sacramento's like 240. I mean, per 100,000. And so, and I sit on a couple of councils or committees in regards to San Joaquin Valley, from Kern County to San Joaquin. The whole Central Valley is struggling with healthcare, and we have some of the highest incidents in regards to diabetes, asthma, those types of things. And so we are challenged in regards to not just the health of our residents, especially our children, but also treating them with the professionals that we need throughout the valley. So the couple things, and the question keeps coming, is why there? I don't know why there. I mean, I'm not the developer. I'm not investing in this. But as Supervisor Miller talks about, we are a body which approves projects that go through the process. And it starts with the individual developer who files an application. And it goes through community development, who does all the research to make sure they cross all their T's, dot all their I's. and it's their choice. It's not our choice. We don't direct individuals who want to build a project where they're going to build it, because one of the factors is the cost of land. The Gills own the land. I assume that's probably one of the primary reasons. But when I talk about the development that's going to occur just across the street, that's probably one of the best places to put a hospital, because there's going to be a lot of patients that are going to go there. So these are things that we have no control over. I mean, you can talk about, well, they need to build it here or there or whatever. Well, is it your money? It's not taxpayer money. It's private investment. And so if they decide to build it, the only thing we can do is make sure they follow all the rules, that they fulfill the obligations that protect the environment, certainly protect the community. And so I can only say that, we're just the end result in regards to this. We don't start it, and we don't amend it. We don't create anything. We just look at it and say, did you follow the rules and regulations as required? And Mr. Jolly, and I've read it in the staff report, is they did the ag mitigation, which they didn't have to do, so they're making an additional effort. And I understand, I certainly understand from the Farm Bureau's perspective and those who are concerned about our aquifers, and I sit on 7 different water committees, so I'm totally familiar with riparian rights and all those other things. And all I can say is that the thing that we desperately need in this county is more hospital beds, and we can go back and talk about COVID and all the things that happen, and hopefully we don't return to those policies that were directed from the state and federal government. So I would say that, I would agree this is a project that's desperately needed. I know that it's going to be incremental in regards to 2 phases. So as with most developments that I've been involved with, not just with the county, but on the Planning Commission, City Ripon, and City Council, is that oftentimes, it takes a while because of the costs involved and other challenges that they face to do it. But ultimately, we are and I won't even say just San Joaquin County, the Central Valley is a disadvantage. We have the most disadvantaged communities of any region in the western United States. And therefore, one of the things that we're forced to do is to make the best of the limited resources we have. And whether it be those who actually are in the healthcare field that do a tremendous job, we are behind the curve, so to speak, in regards to healthcare in this county. So again, I can appreciate the concerns about agriculture. 40 acres of grapes, I don't think that's going to create a reduction of the 25 or 35% that the Central Valley provides as far as the entire United States in food. But on the other side of it, I understand the sensitivity of those who feel that agriculture will be affected. Growth is coming, and we can all talk about, and this is one of the things that we face. We all know the cost of affordable housing in not just this county, in the entire state. And one of the reasons that we have that, I'm not blaming anybody, it's just a fact of life, is that we have, over the years, probably back to 1970, we have created a tremendous number of regulations and plan use restrictions, which have increased the cost of land, and land is usually the most important factor in regards to cost of housing. And that's why we're probably, I don't know, what is it, 90,000 houses short every year from our population, and that's why people are moving out. And it used to be, we used to talk about, can you afford a house? No. Well, now the question is, can you afford rent? Because I've seen increases in rent go double and triple in the city I live in. So my point is that, we can talk about, and I certainly appreciate all the comments and concerns, but somewhere along the way, we just have to say, in my district, I have close to 160,000 residents, and I understand, and I listen to them, and for some of you who spoke, I've had conversations on this project, and I really appreciate your input. But on the other side of it, we have to do what's best for the residents of the entire county. And from my vantage point, healthcare is a priority, because let's face it, without our health, we have nothing, and it doesn't matter about anything else. So I will relinquish to Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe we've heard from the public, and there's a strong sentiment. I'll make a motion to approve.
We'll second the motion.
Please vote. And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you. Thank you all for participating. And I look forward to seeing the completion of the project. All right, moving on to public comment.
Excuse me, Chair. Before we get to
Sure.
Public comment, I know we have at 1:30 our veterans ceremony, and then we have something after that. So we're looking 3 o'clock, probably before we even get to a lot of these discussions. We have, 6 different discussion items that we have to get done today. Is there a way that we can move some of these things to another meeting? And today is election day by all. Because we're probably not going to get out of here till 6 o'clock tonight.
Well, I would say that because of the, I understand election day, but I think a lot of people are already voted, and I think those who, whenever we get out of here, have 2 hours to vote if it's 6 o'clock. I hope it's not 6 o'clock. So to answer your question, I would say we'll keep on task, because there are people here for some of those presentations. And by the way, we probably need to break at 1 o'clock because we have to set up for the Veterans Presentation Ceremony, which will probably go about an hour. So we're talking 2:30. So hopefully we can get through it. And to be honest with you, I think the presentations should go fairly quickly. I don't think there's going to be a lot of, there could be, but I don't think there'll be a lot of discussion. So
I know we have 6 of them. Can we put the question to the Assembly, the entire board?
What's that?
Can we put the question of whether to push some of the stuff off to the entire board for a vote?
I'll have to ask, I assume, County Council?
Let's see how it goes, and let's discuss it, how we try to knock some stuff out and discuss it.
I agree with Supervisor. I would say as we progress, if we need to, we can look at that.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. All right. So again, public comment. Alex Aferis.
I'm sorry, before he begins, Chairman, I just want to confirm there's a 3-minute time limit, correct?
Yes.
Thanks.
Hello, my name is Alex Oloferis. Again, I'm going to read this article because sometimes it's like affirmations. You have to read over and over until you get what's going on. New York Times article, scientist tests hack into electronic voting machines in California elsewhere. July 26, 2007, New York Times. Computer scientists from California universities have hacked into 3 electronic voting systems used in California elsewhere in the nation and found several ways in which vote totals could potentially be altered, according to reports released yesterday by the state, of course, 2007. The California report said the scientists acting in the state have hacked into 3 systems from 3 of the 4 largest companies in the business, Diebold, Hart, Sequel, et cetera, et cetera. Essentially, what it comes down to, we need to ban the voting machines. Those are the counters, the tabulators. We got to go back to hand-counted ballots. Today is the election day. I have a friend in Arizona, and guess what? A lot of people were in long lines voting in person in Arizona because they know what's going on. They know what's going on, okay? Let's not fool ourselves. These voting machines have to be banned, period. And by the way, the county has to do a better job to give transparency. When we do public records request, we don't want a letter sending, oh, we responded, but yeah, oh, we'll get it, we'll get the information after the election. Really? Doesn't sound transparent to me. And if they give it to us, in the name of transparency, hypothetically, don't we have an open government? So if the records are not being released, what are you guys hiding? That's my main question. Okay? We can have all this talk about, oh, free and open America and democratic society. But when a citizen is being ignored, kind of begs the question, what are you guys really hiding?
Joe Farrar?
Hello, everybody. Early in-person voting at this location on Saturday violated the Elections Code Section 1002 because it was outside of the, quote, established election date and didn't meet exemptions. Almost nobody I know knew about Saturday. Mule-type people were noted present by observers. Ballots turned in that day in person must not be counted since they are not turned in on a legally established date. Do we have an audit trail to do this? We need an auditable paper trail on whether HAVA Section 303 is being followed. First time vote by mail ballots usually include an ID on the envelope that isn't supposed to be opened first. So how is that supposed to work? Will those ballots be tossed away? How will this federal law be fully complied with? Council didn't answer these questions in their one-day response letter to my inquiry. And please keep us from being fenced in tonight at the vote counting observation. Did you all receive my email about this? My research points to this being illegal. I await a follow-up before 8 p.m. observing begins tonight. Election attorneys are reviewing my draft. FYI, voters at Linden High this morning were unable to vote. They think they need to vote at Stockton East. And anyhow, I also wanted to note regarding the elections, my friend in Italy who's on their Chamber of Deputies, he's the congressman there, told me they vote in person and they vote the same day in a hand count. So I think we should work towards that and get rid of the machines. Thank you.
Holly Moore.
Good morning.
Morning.
I visited all of the drop boxes in the county, all 25 of them, and I photographed them. Why do we still have drop boxes? We supposedly got them because we couldn't possibly stand in line during COVID. We'd get too sick. COVID is over and we all know it. Yet we still have the drop boxes. Based on the number of registered voters in the county, we only need 13. Yet we have 25. This is the first area of massive waste. We have nearly double what we need as far as drop boxes, and we are paying for a team of people to go and clear them out daily. So why do we still have them? Because the last time I checked, we have post offices and a whole bunch of blue mailboxes all over the county, and they are conveniently located. So I decided to see how far away are the drop boxes from each of the post offices and the mailboxes. Here we go. At the Payless IGA in Lockford, there's a mailbox and a drop box in the same exact store. In Clements, the drop box is 150 feet away from the post office. In Farmington, it's the same thing. The post office is across the street from the Circle K where the drop box is. I can stick my head out of the door of the Greens Nutrition in Stockton and I can look at the post office down the street. From the post office in Lodi, I can walk 528 feet in either direction and find not just one, but two drop boxes. At the Ace, oh, this is my favorite. At the Ace Hardware on Ben Holt, I have to walk past a mailbox to get to a drop box inside the store. 90% of these drop boxes are 50 feet to 1 mile to a post office or a mailbox. Utter waste. The CTCL money from Zuckerberg is gone, and now we have to pay for these drop boxes and their maintenance out of pocket. Drop boxes are clearly unnecessary and wasteful. So tell us again, why do we have to pay for duplicate mail services when we're already paying federal taxes to the mail postal service? And that's not to mention that these drop boxes are all on wheels, except for the one downstairs. And many of them are not attached to anything. Nothing. They're just freestanding. Anybody could grab them and move them out. Is that safe and secure? That's what we've been told. We have the safest and secure election ever. Is that safe and secure? No, it's not. At least mailboxes are bolted down. Drop boxes are the epitome of government waste, and we want them decommissioned tonight. Thank you.
Bob Benz.
Please forgive me. I was on my way to breakfast and thought I'd just make a quick comment this morning and go to breakfast. But here we are, it's lunchtime, and it's election day. I too wish to commend Jim Glazer. He left a real big pair of shoes to fill. I've attended LAFCO for more than 10 years. I hold that quasi-county agency in the highest esteem. However, I'm here today to object to the action taken by some of you at last month's LAFCO meeting. Those notes are posted outside on your bulletin board. It is truly foolish to lock the public out of this room. We ought not honor the governor's ongoing emergency order that's going to take us to nearly 3 years. You folks do not have to honor his order. The decision to honor his order disorders us all. Thank you.
Okay, Carla Hune.
Good morning, everybody. How are you today? First of all, I want to say thank you to the board, to the ROV, and to the Sheriff's Department for coming up with the voter fraud hotlines. We appreciate that. Hopefully they don't need to be used today. But from what I understand, there's already some issues. So anyway, on the logic and accuracy reports, which a couple of us here attended, for the regular ballots, there wasn't one notification for the supplemental ballots. And that should have gone public, because we should have been able to observe that, and that never happened. Why not? Did it not go through a test? Or did she just not bother to let us know? That bothers me a lot, because that's a pretty big deal. Then also speaking regarding what Joe said on the first-time voters. So you can actually print a ballot out online at home. And as a first-time voter, you put a copy of your ID or residence in there. But the envelope has to be opened with your ballot to get that ID. That does not work because the ballots are supposed to be anonymous. So something needs to change there. I'm not sure what, but I don't like that idea. It also works when you're re-registering when you move. So that's something to think about, and we'll put a plan together. Thank you, and please go vote.
Okay. Angela May.
Yes, I was hoping to actually get to make this public comment because you actually do have some voter integrity issues going on first thing this morning. I was happy to wake up before 8 a.m. in hopes to be here long before the meeting even started here. So upon first entering the building, you have drop boxes that are not properly supervised by actual voter employees who are waving their arms, screaming and hollering like clowns at your sidewalk around the main corner. When you go in through security, wonderful staff, by the way, they direct you to a nice little office downstairs, and they have a sign there that says supplemental ballots. Why is this a problem? I live in South Stockton, Mr. Villapadua, I'm in your district. I never received a voter card announcing there was a supplemental ballot, nor did anybody in our home receive a supplemental ballot or know what the hell it was or what it was about. So we have 3 voters. That's 3 voters that got screwed with. In trying to turn in what should have been an absentee ballot, but now is everybody's mail-in ballot, I was told that ballot, because it was the general election ballot only and not the supplemental, that could not be turned in downstairs. Had I not been a curious voter, I would not have asked, well, can I go upstairs and turn this in? I would have assumed that I had just been turned away. So me being the natural thorn in this county's side, I did ask, well, then, can I still go upstairs? Sure. I went upstairs. They were very, very helpful. But then they showed me 2 envelopes because I have a disabled person in my home. The disabled person can no longer vote on the supplemental ballot. Why? Because they're not here. And me having to do 2 where I only knew about 1, I had to spend over 20 minutes going through the materials to figure out what the difference was. So you do have problems here. You have people not properly securing the downstairs. You have people being turned away. And granted, I might be proud to be able to say I voted today, but considering the problems that I had with my vote not even being counted in the 2020 election for more than 2 months in the system and then being backdated, I have a problem with if I was essentially turned away, who else thinks that they were turned away and couldn't vote today? So from 8 o'clock this morning, the polls were open. How many people like me were not as stubborn as me and insisted on going up to the 3rd floor? That's a question you need to be answered. And it's one you definitely need to be held accountable for. I did happen to talk to Olivia Hale, and she insisted she would address it. She took my information, but she did not take an official complaint. So not only is fraud a problem, integrity is a problem, and I will be contacting the Election Integrity Project for California because I do demand an investigation, because it shouldn't take from 8 to 12 to get my concerns addressed to all of you. Thank you.
Molly Watkins.
Good morning. Yeah, almost. So San Joaquin County needs to take control of our voter rolls. We currently have 387,474 voters registered to vote today. So that's up a little bit from the last time, from June. The Secretary of State currently kind of manages the database. We need to bring that back to our county. I think that's a function you can all get behind and make happen. On the rolls, that 387 plus people that are registered today, 68,050 of them have no voting history. None. We sorted the roll. We got it from you a couple weeks ago, looked through it, and are those people dead? Are they phantoms? Who are those 68,000 people? So, well, does that really matter? It does matter, because if you're a candidate and you have to put your name in the voter guide, you have to pay for that. So we're paying for an extra 68,000 people that we don't know really exist. If you're a special district like fire department, you have to pay to have your election. So those 68,000 people are 17% of the roll. So we need to clean that up. That's a mess. And I'm wondering if the Guinness Book of World Records is coming to see us. Do you realize in that 387,000 people, 71 of those on the roll today are 172 years old. Their birth date is 1850. That is amazing. I think you need to do an accommodation for those people. We had 78 in the 2020 election, so maybe a few of them died from there to now. So anyway, so we need to clean up the rolls because we can't believe that we have a fair and accurate election with these kind of numbers. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, clerk of the board.
Thank you. The first comment was submitted by Robert, who writes, Board, you are still peddling the COVID fraud, still taking all that COVID funds, allocating more money for testing. To those of you on the board, the ones that know the dangers of the shots, the ones who didn't get the shots because you know, do some research on how cattle are vaxxed. If you didn't know, they do swabs up the nose. So guess what? While you peddle the jabs in your community and think you are safe from the poison, you are not. Why do you think so many people are willing to lose their careers over the testing and shots? Why do you think they keep pushing the fraudulent tests? They had the last laugh on you. Yes, it should expletive you off. Sam writes, Board, I find it comical that Tom Petty, who screamed, there is no fraud, get over it, move on, posted the voter fraud info this AM. What a F clown. It's also comical that our sheriff department posted the same sheriff who said they cannot do anything no matter how much evidence is presented to them. We see the corruption and the mob behind the corruption in this county. The next comment was submitted by Araceli, who writes, Good morning. Again, writing to ask you to listen to the people. Stop using the machines. Stop using the drop boxes that are paid for by dirty money. Stop using the poll pads, fix the voter rolls, go back to in-person one-day voting, and hand count. The problem's already being reported this AM. Machines not working and not enough poll workers across our county. Already setting up a narrative. Geez, I'm sure the voters won't be counted on time. Rachel Cole writes, good morning. For months now, we have listened to countless constituents writing and plead for voter transparency in our crooked elections. We need to stop using the machines, stop using the drop boxes that Mark Zuckerberg paid for, stop using the poll pads, fix the voter rolls, go back to in-person one-day voting, and hand count. For God's sakes, our freedoms are counting on it. The next comment was submitted by Christina Silva, who writes, as a member of the LPA who has been working very hard to keep our community safe, I ask the Board of Supervisors to hold off on the approval of the Costco Depot project. The Prologis warehouses have already put so much strain on the safety of our community that we are terrified of what the Costco Depot project will do to our community. The Board of Supervisors has already voted to close Hanson Road at the I-205 crossing. Please do not approve this Costco project until Hanson Road has officially been closed. Jim Shoemaker writes, good morning, Board. Please take action to protect our vote. There must be accountability in the department. In order to have secure, honest elections, go back to paper ballots and hand counting. May our Republican remain strong. Thank you. Jamie Shoemaker wrote, good morning, Board. One more plea to push for honest elections. We need to know that our vote counts. With the increasing evidence of voter fraud in San Joaquin County, it's time to take action. Get rid of all machines, no more drop boxes, use paper ballots and hand counting. Thank you. The next comment was submitted by Melanie Knott, who writes, good morning. My name is Melanie Knott. I write to comment on election integrity in San Joaquin County. Now, through public outlets or mainstream media, I might be called an election denier. And here we are, Tuesday, November 8th, 2022. We have already heard from Democratic leaders and elites from around the country that these elections, before a vote is even cast, are rigged. While I've been doing my constitutional duty, making my voice heard, and bringing attention to election integrity in the San Joaquin County Board in these very meetings, I have made mention that the democratic process of our elections are being compromised by a good number of methods, possibly by laws recently enacted by state government. Well, I ask you to 1, clean up our voter registration rolls, 2, no more universal mail-in ballots, 3, require voter ID to ensure voter their one eligible legal vote, 4, return to one-day paper ballot voting, and 5, get rid of the machines in San Joaquin County. Thank you. Be a VIP. Get out today and vote in person. Have a happy and safe election day. God bless you all. The last comment was submitted by Catherine Karate, who writes, the American taxpayer citizen deserves to feel confident that each and every authorized legal vote be counted regardless of corrupt interactions to manipulate the outcome. And Chair Nguyen, that concludes the public comments this morning.
All right. Thank you. All right, moving on to minutes.
Barring any changes, motion to approve minutes.
Second.
And stopped at 5-0. Moving to appointments to boards and commissions. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. All right, item 3.1, approve the appointment of position to various boards and commissions. Council for Quality Care and Education of Children, category Child Care Provider Representative, one position, position number 2501.2. And recommend for appointment Gloria Barbero. And Workforce Development Board, category of San Joaquin County Probation Department Representative, that's one position, position number 7217. And recommended for appointment Fong Lai or Lee, and that is in the form of a motion, Chair.
Second.
And that's adopted 5-0. Moving to consent items, we're going to pull consent item number 30 regarding Hanson Road for discussion. Other than that, anybody else wanting to pull any consent items?
I'd like to pull 1 through 12.
One. I think somebody would be very upset with you if you pulled all 12.
That was a joke from Supervisor Rickman.
Anybody else? Okay. Do I have a motion and a second?
Move consent except for item 30.
Right. Thank you. And that's adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, moving to discussion items. Okay, first discussion item, support and creation of,
Chair Wynn?
yes,
I believe that Public Works is prepared for the discussion of Hanson Road.
okay, all right. Where are they?
Walking in.
Okay, well, I didn't see them, so. Good morning, Director of Buckman.
Good morning. Just give me one moment here. Good morning, Chairman Wynn and members of the board. The item before you today is a follow-up to the July 26th board meeting where your board directed Public Works to pursue a temporary closure of Hanson Road in response to the traffic concerns raised by the Lammersville community. Since July, Public Works has had several conversations with emergency responders, the City of Tracy, and County Council regarding the approval and implementation of a temporary closure. With me today is Deputy Director Naji Zarif, who will provide a brief presentation summarizing those conversations, the recommended action, and next steps if the board elects to approve the temporary closure of Hanson Road. We'll be happy to answer any questions from your board after the presentation. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Zarif.
Najee, if it's not working, we can progress the slides for you.
Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. Thank you, Director Buckman, and good morning, Chair Wynn and board members. As Director Buckman mentioned, since July 26 board meeting, Public Works has engaged in several conversations with County Council, the California Highway Patrol, Sheriff's Department, City of Tracy, Prologis, and the South San Joaquin Fire Authority regarding the proposed closure. At the July board meeting, temporary closure under California Vehicle Code Section 21101.4 was discussed. While law enforcement has expressed support for the board's efforts to address the concerns raised by the community and no objection to a temporary closure, they were unable to make a finding that serious and continual criminal activity existed to support closure under that section of the Vehicle Code. Subsequently, County Council determined that temporary closure under Section 21101E was most appropriate for the contemplated action. The South San Joaquin Fire Authority continued to express desires for an automated gate to minimize potential delays in responding to an emergency. Due to ongoing maintenance and operational costs, the department is currently recommending a manually operated gate. The City of Tracy has developed a plan to supplement the proposed closure in their jurisdiction. However, within the last couple weeks indicated that they will need to have their city council approve the temporary closure prior to implementation in their jurisdiction. City staff has indicated that their council will consider the temporary closure on December 6th of this year. Next slide. At the July 2022 meeting, the board also requested Public Works implement additional traffic calming measures concurrent with the temporary road closure. Traffic calming measures are proposed for Von Sostin Road and will be implemented in phases. Phase 1 of the traffic calming measures will include radar speed feedback signs for traffic traveling on Von Sostin Road to alert drivers to the posted speed limit and their speeds, rectangular rapid flashing beacons at the mid-block crosswalk on Von Sostin Road at Lammersville Elementary to alert the drivers to school children that may be crossing the roadway, and vertical elements at existing speed humps to prevent drivers from avoiding the speed humps by driving onto the roadway shoulder. If a significant decrease in truck traffic is observed after the road closure is implemented, additional traffic calming measures, or Phase 2, can be implemented and may include raising the mid-block crosswalk and installing additional speed humps along Von Sostin Road. Slide. Public Works is recommending that the board approve a temporary closure of Hanson Road for up to 18 months. A temporary closure of Hanson Road will allow Public Works to evaluate the impacts of a full closure on other roadways, particularly Von Sostin Road. Concurrent with the closure, Public Works will implement the indicated traffic calming measures along Von Sostin Road. If approved, Public Works will coordinate with the City of Tracy to implement the closure after City Council approval. We estimate that this will be completed and implemented by January 2023, weather permitting. Some of the traffic calming measures that we've recommended may be delayed until spring 2023 due to the inclement weather. After a designated period approved by the board, Public Works will report its findings and recommendations on any additional steps, including continuation of the closure or reopening the roadway. Public Works recommends the 18-month period to perform this analysis and develop those recommendations.
Thank you for the presentation, Deputy Director Zarif. Supervisors, as Mr. Zarif noted, Public Works is recommending an 18-month temporary closure to allow the department to analyze the closure's impacts on other roadways and on emergency responders. This information will form the basis for future recommendations to address the noted concerns. I'd like to briefly touch on the coordination with the City of Tracy that Mr. Zarif mentioned. The need for the city to take this item to their council was just recently shared with us and is critical to the coordination of the temporary closure. Our understanding is that the city closure will be proposed as an action in response to the county closure, and it is a non-controversial issue. However, if the Tracy City Council declines to approve the temporary closure, it will impact our ability to cost-effectively close the roadway. If that occurs, we'll report back to the board on the cost and schedule implications. That concludes our presentation, and Public Works will be happy to address any questions the board might have.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman Wynn. Thank you both for, again, I've said it multiple times, and Najee, especially you out there for the last year and a half or longer on this project. So thank you both for your dedication, discipline, and leadership on this issue. But no, it's good to know about the Tracy City Council, so the transparency side, so people know it's not just a county that's involved in this, that we do have a city that needs to do their portion also. But the concern I have is emergency response. There has to be an automated gate, period. I mean, a prime example is approximately 10 days ago, there was a child with a medical, trying to say at least as I can, a child with a medical issue, and it took the fire department approximately 4 minutes, I believe, to get there, save the child's life, and the child was transported to a hospital. And compared to one, if they don't have that gate, I mean, you probably double the response time. Also, for the manual, it's going to increase response time also. So in respect to public safety, and mostly, to the residents that live on the other side, but to motorists that travel through that, there has to be an automated. I mean, how do we get there? I mean, that's what do you need from this board? I mean, I guess it's going to be dollars. But, I mean, that's my sticking point, is that if we're going to close this roadway, we need to have an automated gate for our fire department emergency personnel. That's all the question I had, Chair.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing none.
Through the Chair. Supervisor Rickman, we understand the desire to minimize the impact for emergency response. I'll just outline that our concern with the gate is cost as an issue, the initial installation costs. And we're also concerned there's going to be an ongoing maintenance burden. And the gate might work fine initially, but due to theft or vandalism, the gate may not at times work as intended anyway. The last concern is that, especially for if the gate is to be in place with the interim solution, then it could delay implementation by several months while we wait for parts and installation. Again, the first two concerns I listed remain even with the permanent configuration, which will be a number of months away, but we would still recommend the manual gate, which will admittedly slightly impact emergency response times, but we think at times the automated gate, while adding expense, may not always be operational anyway.
All right, thank you. And Chair, if you, through the chair, I know we have somebody here from South County Fire. Can they speak on this issue?
Just a moment. Supervisor Miller?
Yeah, this is just a quick follow-up question to that. So if the automatic gate is vandalized and isn't working, does that mean that that emergency personnel can't get through it, or is there a manual fallback on that?
There would be a manual override option so they can get through it, but it would be similar to if the automated system was not in place in the first place.
Right. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't going to be a situation where if it was vandalized, they couldn't get through at all. So it basically, if it's vandalized, it reverts to what is essentially a manual gate.
A manual gate, and one of the concerns with if it happens repeatedly, it could take several months for us to get parts and get repairs made to the system. So,
okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, open the public hearing. Now, Vice Chair Joaquin, if you wanted to.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. We have, yes, can you please come forward? Put you on the spot there. Oh, I saw you guys sitting there for the last couple hours. Didn't want you guys to fall asleep, so this will wake you up. But thank you both for being here.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to change my notes here. Good afternoon, Chairperson, members of the board. Tim Spears, Fire Marshal, South San Joaquin County Fire Authority. We would like to comment on the Hanson Road closure. I think a lot of the comments that have already been shared definitely echo some of the comments and some of the work that we've been doing and working with Najee and Public Works. The Fire Authority understands the desire to close Hanson Road. But as mentioned during the previous comments, any closure would impact our emergency response. Chief Bradley and myself continue, and even, and I'll let Chief Bagley speak for himself, but continue to hold the same position that any device that would close the road, a gate or any other type of device would need to have some type of automatic opening. So that way it wouldn't further delay our response. I do want to thank Public Works for continuing to engage us in these conversations, because we've had a number of conversations to be able to have this discussion, but we continue to have concerns with this manual road closure because of, as you mentioned, the previous call that we had within the last 30 days. Any additional delay, we could have had a much different outcome. And so when we understand that really minutes and seconds matter to our emergency response, that's why we're looking to more of an automatic opener for this particular gate. And then I'll turn it over to Chief Bagley.
Good afternoon, Chair Nguyen, Board, Division Chief Brian Bagley with South County Fire. Chief Bradley, this is such an important topic, and Chief Bradley really wishes he was able to be here and speak on his behalf. The road closure, if this was to happen, would definitely, impact our response times. And so I'm proud, to lead the organization and say that we have, our firefighting force that's properly trained and properly equipped. But if we can't get to the residents that are calling for service, then we're not going to be able to provide that high level of service that they have, that they demand and that they deserve. And so ultimately, the call that you are speaking of, I'm very familiar with it, and to make sure that we're not having any HIPAA violations, it was a 20-month-old that was submerged in a swimming pool for up to 2 minutes, okay? And our response time on that particular day, because the road was not closed, was 4 minutes. From the alarm time, when our firefighters, a bell went off in the station, till they arrived on scene was 4 minutes. And we've done some driving schematics basically where our response times have this road be closed would double and would be 8 minutes. Okay, now everybody knows within 4 to 6 minutes that, you know, if there's no oxygen administered to anybody, there's going to be certain brain death. And so this was a positive outcome because we were able to get our well-trained and properly equipped firefighters on scene, and the ambulance that responded was 7 minutes behind us. And so the ability to provide, you know, advanced life support in a timely fashion where time is of the essence is extremely important. And so we totally understand the purpose of trying to, you know, close this, but an automated device is the only way that's going to make sure that we can get on scene in a timely fashion. And that's the only, you know, device that we're going to be able to support. Other than that, you're putting lives at stake. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller?
Thank you. This goes to our public works staff, but also our first responders. We have received months and months of input from the public pressing for this closure. And I know you have had some public meetings as well, correct?
Correct.
Has this information been presented in this way to the members of the public pushing for this closure, that yes, we can put in an automatic, but you know, it could on occasion not be working, which means it would require a manual opening, and it definitely could impact response time to your community, to your families. Has this, I mean, this is very graphic stuff right here. Has this actually been presented to the public?
Deputy Director Zarif can correct me if I'm mistaken here, but I don't believe that topic was addressed at any of the public meetings. In fact, the discussion with Chief Bradley about the nature of the gate, the type of gate, occurred pretty close to the July 22nd meeting we had initially. The board meeting, and he came and testified before the board at that meeting as well. We've had continued discussions with the fire authority since then, but I don't think the issue has ever been presented to the community like you laid out.
And, you know, I appreciate the fact that this is recent, but it is such an illustration of how every minute counts. I'm just really wondering if the community is still going to advocate as strongly for a full road closure, knowing this, that it could impact them going forward. So I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just wondering if perhaps we need an additional public meeting with the community.
So if I can chime in through the chair. So the topic of emergency access has been discussed with the community. Okay. I don't know that it was discussed or framed in this specific light, but I think the community is aware that there is potential for delay if we close the road. And the most vocal of the community have expressed a desire to, okay, close it, but put a gate up for emergency responders to be able to get through. And I think they would support, obviously, a fully automated gate, but there is some risk there associated with that as well.
So do we have statistics on automated gates in other locations? How real is the risk of vandalism or non-performance by these gates? Do we have some sort of information? I mean, how often could we expect this? You said there could be a delay in getting parts. I mean, there must be some data available on other automated gates to let us know what kind of an actual risk this is.
Yeah, well, we would likely in this scenario, because of the isolated locations, have to go with solar powered gates, which are much more subject to being vandalized. If you run a power source underground to them, it's less likely to be vandalized, but it's going to be a much greater expense to get an electrical service point out in these locations. But to answer your question directly, no, we haven't done any research on downtime, but we're pretty confident in today's environment. It's going to be weeks, if not months, if damage occurs before we can repair it.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I agree with Supervisor Miller. This is very concerning. We had robust levels of engagement and people sending in letter after letter in the meetings, and for this now to be brought up seemingly in the 11th hour, I mean, what's the pathway forward? Maybe this is, as you mentioned, you guys have already discussed it, and they're aware that there's a delay of time for emergency response, and they don't care because they want to have this road closed because there's nothing on planet Earth more important to them than shutting that road. So I'm kind of at a loss here. What are we deciding? What do we need to do to move forward? I mean, if we're going to be starting to talk about the merits of a gate because of what the residents have already accepted as an assumed risk or delay or process of getting their private road, as they've spoken out extensively about, that's the quality of life that they want. So therefore, they have to understand that there's a trade-off. That road's not going to be open and accessible. So I'm uncertain what exactly we need to move forward and facilitate, and perhaps Supervisor Miller is correct, we should engage with the residents, and are they paying for this closure? Is the county paying for this? Is the state paying for this? And my last question is it legal to put a gate on a road like this that was paid for by the county or the state or whoever put in the infrastructure?
Through the chair, yes, installing a gate would be legal as part of a temporary closure that's authorized by the board under the vehicle code.
Okay.
To answer your other questions, we'll do what the board, as the board desires with regard to the gate. Our concerns with the automated gate, obviously the advantage is that it would speed access slightly for the emergency responders. We have some concerns about cost and maintenance and potential liability exposures at county if it's not working properly. We haven't vetted that with county council, but that's something that it's in the back of my mind as well. My understanding, if we have the manual gates, essentially, the fire trucks would have to get someone out there with a set of bolt cutters and cut the lock and then open the gate, and the fire truck can proceed. How much of a delay that would cause, I'm not sure.
Understood. So through the chair, county council, what is the legal process? I'm uncertain of it. Have we estimated the cost of this so that the residents can decide if they wanted their road closed? So I'm assuming they're going to accept the cost, which I can't imagine is very much, how many divided by how many residents, but are we, the county, are the other citizens of the county absorbing the cost, or what is the plan on this if we're discussing what kind of gate we're putting in?
If that question is for me, I have no idea. Supervisor Patty.
Okay, well, I have no idea either, so.
As of this point, the Public Works is proposing to fund installation of the gate in whatever form. I think based on our initial estimates, we think an automated gate would be on the order of $30,000.
And are the taxpayers, the thought right now that the taxpayers in San Joaquin County are paying for that? Have the residents that want that road closed decided that they're willing to accept that burden? And I mean, they're inheriting a private road. So what are we telling the citizens and the residents of San Joaquin County? What burden, what responsibility does the county, is this just something in our budget? How do we account for this?
I can take it if you want me to.
That's fine.
Sure. So yes, through the chair, Supervisor Patty, the costs are going to be paid for, are intended to be paid for out of the road district budget, Supervisor Rickman's budget, and there is adequate funds in the budget to be able to pay for the cost of implementation, including the gate. whichever form of gate we intend.
Okay, well then that solves that question. So I would just say go forward with the automated, and if there's a fallback plan to get in, the residents have accepted and understand that this is going to be, we're automating it the best we can. What other questions do we have on this, you think?
Just one further clarification. The road won't be private. It will be public, just closed to through traffic. There was one of the early alternatives that was proposed that would have closed the roadway at either end, and it essentially would have been a private road. And those costs, in that case, would have been on the community, but that's not, we went a different direction.
Got it. That's okay. So I'm mixing the two. Thank you. That's all, Chairman.
Okay. Public comment. Thank you, Chiefs.
Thank you.
So, Tatiana, the Brit.
I'm a resident of the neighborhood in discussion. However, I do not live on Hansen. I do not live on Soston. I have to tell that since the development south of the highway, traffic increased significantly. After the partial closure, it became better in terms of trucks. However, passengers, cars, all the traffic from Hansen and Van Sosten now on Courier. So we are just, you guys just shifting traffic from one head to the others. Second point I wanted to tell before I forgot. Automatic gates does not take 4 minutes to open. I apologize, but it just not take time. If it's properly maintained, of course, we have to admit it. And the last point, very important, there is a cost car distribution development in process. And I mean, projects, calculations, environmental studies as well. We have high concerns that the data from partially closed or closed traffic will be taken into environmental study, and then you open the road wide. So it's kind of cooking books. And we just kind of see it going in forecast for the future. And this is our high concern. We would like you to write it down, to take it into account. And just a reminder, when the development of south of highway was just in project and the environmental study was done, the conclusion was that the impact on the surrounding area will be negligent. It was not. We just walk up on a highway. You cannot keep building on people's heads. This is a law. You want development, you have to mitigate it. I'm sorry, it's expensive, but that's how it goes. Thank you.
Okay. Is it Pete Moyer?
Mr. Rickman and staff, I'm grateful to stand here and see a process that's gone on for 2 years is moving forward. I think we're moving forward today. I wanted to answer Tom Patty's question about the fire department. We have a firefighter in our community, and every time we have a community meeting, he speaks up about the gate. He also says that the fire department is moving in a year to a year and a half. We'll become closer to our community. The child that almost drowned the other day is one of my neighbor's grandkids, and I understand the need for the safety equipment. I have a 4-year-old that has some health problems. The fire department's been to my house twice in the last year and a half. So I respect that position. We are aware that there could be a delay in fire. Most temporary gates like the one on Locust Road has a lock on it that can be opened. Not all, but most temporary gates. And electronic gates have a drive-through mechanism so you can smack them with your fire truck or your police car. If you look at railroad barricades that come down at a railroad crossing, you can hit that with your car, it pops right open. So a lot of these have safety built into them to expedite getting people through them. My other question, as this moves forward, the barricades come out of our street. What about the speed bumps and the other things that are involved? What would be the timing to get rid of the traffic remediation things that were put in place, or are they going to be removed? We still get woke up by trucks at 2, 3, 4 in the morning hitting that speed bump. And what people do is they drag race from speed bump to speed bump. So they hit the speed bump 3.5 houses from my house, and then they go 60. In front of my house, they're going 50 to 60 coming up to the stop sign. That's all I had to add. But the public is aware of the safety issues. The safety issues with the firefighters have been discussed at several of our meetings. We do have a firefighter in our community that's been part of it. And I myself will accept the fact that there could be a delay of a minute or something like that. And I mean, that's the reality of life. I have to live with that to get the public safety of my home, to have the safety of my house, to get 5,000 cars a day off my street. I'll trade off the risk of firefighting timing to 5,000 cars. Thank you so much.
Tom Heckman.
Good morning, Board. I'm Tom Heckman. I'm part of the Lammersville community. Live one house, a baseball's throw from the intersection of Von Sosten and Hanson Road. Just wanted to point out the community's been working tirelessly to get to close this road to make our community safer because of all the reasons that you're all aware of. We've been working close with Public Works. I want to thank the board and all those to this point, seeing and understanding the severity of our situation. As Mr. Moyer said, I think we'll be moving forward on this. I'm glad we clarified, Public Works clarified that this is not a private road that the community is requesting for. The community is simply requesting their community be safe. Additionally, just also to point out, as Mr. Zarif had also mentioned, the community from day one has talked about the closure with the emergency access electronic gates. So we all understand that with the electronic gates, when they're working and functioning, there'll be no delay. And of course, there is that fallback on the gates. So we are confident that emergency providers will get to us as soon as possible. But anyway, I'm happy to see that, as Mr. Rickman mentioned, after multiple years of this, we're making progress. So that's all. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman. Okay. Well, thought you had a question. So, all right. Anyone else? Okay. Yes.
Thank you, boards, for voting on July 26 to close the Hanson overpass for 18 months. Here I have a gate from another county. I've shown this over and over, and I have just spoke with a representative from the fire department saying that similar gate with an automated switch can be opened with the sound of the fire truck. And it has locks on it, so if it fails, like Supervisor Miller said, they can open it within 45 seconds. This gate with this lock opened within 45 seconds manually. And yes, the community have met multiple times, and we have petitioned to have the overpass closed. We are aware that there will be delay. For the love of the lives of the children there and the love of our lives, we petition to have it closed anyway. And yes, it's not a private road. Supervisor Tom Patty, we are not asking this so we could have a private road on your dimes. No, it's not. It is a matter of life and death. We have over 200 children attending the school right on the path of Hanson Road. Supervisor Rickman, you attended that school with the community. You saw the school there where it was at, where the trucks cross every day. It is not on your dime. It is the matter of life and death. And we are the victims here. We should not be paying for this gate. The city of Tracy collect tax on these warehouses. They should pay for the gate and maintain the gate. It is not us. Where is it that someone who has the right of way on a green light got T-boned by someone who ran a red light? When you're in the hospital with two legs hanging up in the air, the insurance come up to you and say, by the way, you have the right of way, but you have to pay for it. You have to pay for the other party also, his car too, even though he ran the red light. Where is the logic in that? Please think about that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
I thank you for your vote on July 26th, I believe it was, voting to bring this up again today. Personally, I'm willing to sacrifice and take that small risk that the fire department will be delayed because of the gate. The petition we signed exactly said that, and 87% of the people agreed to that. Compared to the risk of a truck colliding into one of our houses or one of these speeders coming out of the warehouses and passing in an illegal pass zone, cars going 60, 70, sometimes 100 miles an hour despite the speed bumps, which do nothing. I'm willing to take that risk, and I think most of the community is, because we know the risk of one of these trucks, as we've seen on freeway accidents, colliding in one of our houses and causing potentially catastrophic damages to our property, to our lives. And that I just want to get, we didn't put Prologis. They need to take care of that side and get those trucks out of there. If this can't be closed, then we need to find another way. Put law enforcement there 24 hours a day. Stop these trucks, stop these speeders. There's no other way that I know of. Law enforcement isn't going to be there 24 hours a day. So that's the risk we have to take. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, my name is Dale Brandis, and I live on Hanson Road. Lived there some 25 years. And just to mirror what you just heard, it was about 97% of our entire community voted for, or we put a petition in that was submitted to the county that said we want the road closed with emergency access. Our community has always known that emergency access has been a key part of this. Emergency response has been a key part, so there's no mystery that it has some impact on us. But we thought with, and as we had these firefighters talk to us, they said, one, you have emergency, automatic gates. Number two is, one of our firemen said, we'll just drive right through it if we're in a hurry. It's not going to be something that prevents us. So we understand that, but we have children going to school. We have adults. I walk those roads every morning with my yellow vest, and I jump out of the way of trucks. We have people go the wrong way still. They go the wrong way on that one-way road. We have, semis that are still using it. And so we're getting down to the wire where I hope that the board approves this action to put this 18-month closure. During the closure, we're going to look at the statistics to see what it does to this community. We're all in favor of seeing how it impacts our community and our roads, but we know that it's been devastating to us. All the truck traffic, all the speeding traffic. Thank you very much for your time.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Clerk of the board.
Chairman Nguyen, we had one written comment that was submitted by Mr. Dale Brandeis, who just made his public comments here today.
Okay, Thank you. Okay, I'll close the portion. Bring it back to the board. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. As for emergency response in the gate, I mean, it's funny how we're talking about this again, because we talked about it, and I mean, go back and look at the videos. This talked at the very first public meeting. We talked about it at during some of the public meetings that Najee and I attended. So this isn't something new. I mean, it's been discussed. The community has discussed it. However, you know, we listened to our South County Fire, the fire marshal and the chief, and what the recommendations are. I mean, for me, you know, I'm not going to accept an extended response time. I mean, public safety still is number one, period. I mean, some of you folks may accept a delay, but it's, you know, our fire department responds to that whole north side of the county. So it's not your fire department. It's people that travel that, you know, roadway also, and other neighbors that live in that area. So with that being said, I mean, we talked about the automated gate, and, you know, you talk about if something happens to it, that it would take weeks. I've seen a car take out a PG&E pole, and PG&E's in there with 12 to 24 hours and repair that pole and put the lines back on and give people their electricity back. So is there a reason why it would take weeks if something would happen to this gate? Is it because of resources?
Just availability of parts.
Well, then we probably should have parts, you know, as a backup. I'm hoping we, you know, when we're doing different types of roadway, you know, you could say traffic lights, stop signs. I hope we have more than one stop sign, for example, in public works, that if one stop sign is taken out, we can put another one in. But for me, in order for this project to go forward, that it has to have an automated gate. Again, you know, we just heard from our fire department. We heard from I don't want to say a case study, but approximately 10 days ago, the importance of having our fire department respond to our emergencies as fast as possible. As you mentioned, there's a school there too. As you guys have mentioned, something happens to our students, then our fire department better be there. They have the equipment to do so, be there in as fast as time possible. As you said, the response time is excellent, and they do a great job. I know exactly where that fire station is. And so for me, in order to go forward with this, you know, we have to have an automated gate, period. And just to let the folks know here that are from, you know, that district, you know, this is not just a county that's participating in this. You know, I know we get a lot of emails from a lot of you, and, you know, we have to rely on the city of Tracy too. It's going before their council. They're going to have to approve this. So it's not just here on the county. So, and you know when that meeting is happening, was it December 6th, I believe you said? So it probably, you know, you guys are very vocal here. You might want to be very vocal with the city of Tracy. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I'm going to agree with Supervisor Rickman on this. I think it's absolutely critical. We have to have an automatic gate. And I think we need the kind that if it is vandalized, that it needs to be the easiest and fastest possible way for first responders to unlock it. And then part of the data that we'll collect over the 18 months will be how often was it vandalized? How often did the fire department or someone have to drive through the gates or whatever it is? But I agree, an increase in response time is just, it's not acceptable. I mean, you know, we can talk about liability to the county and all that other stuff. It's not about that. It's about if there is an increase and someone dies because of it, then it's on us. And that's not acceptable to me. So I think the recommendation needs to be that we move forward but that we're going to put in the automatic gate, and we're going to put in whatever automatic gate has the best track record and is the easiest and most first responder friendly, so that we do our part to keep the residents in this community safe.
Real quick comment in regards to, my philosophy on the board has been very simple, is that I believe that the supervisors who oversee a particular district and those residents who live in it should be the ones who make the decision in regards to how their safety is regarded. I'll be honest, I have a couple of concerns, but those concerns don't override Supervisor Rickman's, Vice Chair Rickman's comments in regards to what he believes is the best solution to this particular problem. So I would only say that I'm not in favor of buying additional parts, because you never know what parts are going to break. I think we can certainly find a way to expedite the recovery of parts necessary to fix it if in fact it does break. So with that, I'll leave it to the board to make a motion in a second, and we'll move forward.
Chair, I'll make a motion which also to include an automated gate for that area, bridge closure.
For the emergency access gate.
Right, which would be automated.
Understood.
Okay, that'll be my motion.
Second.
And that's adopted 5-0. Thank you all for your participation and input.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. I think we might be able to squeeze one item in, or our 1 o'clock break. Okay, so this particular item is simply, let me find it. Okay, so support and creation of the Caring Through Giving program partnership. And I'm sure you've all read the staff report, certainly the board letter, and certainly the proposal from the United Way. And very simply, this is kind of an innovative process in regards to addressing, as always is a concern with our homeless service agencies, is funding. And this came, in fact, I think Supervisor Patty and Supervisor Villaputo were probably at the first CSAC conference you attended even before you were sworn in, right, in Palm Springs. And Chris Gardner, who is famous for the movie Pursuit of Happiness, that was his life portrayed by Will Smith, made a comment during his presentation, which, by the way, he was dynamic in regards to his life story and certainly his success in regards to literally being by far a multimillionaire currently through his stockbroker ownership. So what he suggested was, one, is that as a homeless person for over a year, approaching 2 years, that he never gave cash to homeless individuals when approached. And he said the reason for that is he said that cash never helped. He saw what happened with it, and therefore it only exacerbated the problem. But he did say that he told them that he would make a donation to a local homeless agency that could provide the service for that individual and other homeless individuals. The other part of it is throughout the state, Los Angeles, Marysville, Sacramento, there's a whole host of cities who have adopted a very brightly colored parking meter. And the purpose is to allow individuals to put their spare change or whatever in these meters, and then they're collected for various homeless agencies. So this is I guess, a new tech approach to it, where we've all probably had the opportunity to donate at a fundraiser or some type of event where you're sitting there and you pull up a text or an app or whatever, and you make a donation. When talking to Kristen at United Way several months ago, she had indicated they were moving towards a similar type of technological approach. And anyway, long story short, we, as conversations continued to partner with the United Way and the San Joaquin County in regards to addressing this on a countywide basis. Obviously, I've talked to several of the mayors in regards to this who are certainly interested in participating, because obviously the homeless problem usually exists more frequently in urban areas than in rural areas. And so very simply, what I'm just asking the board for their approval, like I say, I'm sure you probably read the agenda item. It's simply to adopt basically a pilot program until June 30th of next year, whereby then the board can decide whether it's a worthwhile partnership or not. And by virtue of that they can either expand it, continue it, whatever they want to do. But I think it is at least an effort. In fact, in talking to Kristen, she was really enthusiastic and said that since she has almost continuous contact with United Ways throughout the San Joaquin Valley, that she would like to expand that. And I mentioned that with my membership on a couple of San Joaquin Valley committees, that if we adopted this, that I would also introduce it to those. So again, it's a request in regards to the amount of money that we would be willing to front to test the system, to find out the benefits of it, and then evaluate it, whether we want to continue or not. So I present that to you, to your decision, and whether or not you have any questions, or whether or not you want to pursue this to see if we can help the homeless service agencies, which I know some of you deal with quite frequently, in regards to helping them provide greater services to the homeless population. So with that, I'll leave it to and answer any questions or move forward one way or the other.
No question.
Okay. Anybody else? Yes, Supervisor Miller.
I don't really have a question other than to say, when I managed the Downtown Stockton Alliance, we did do the parking meter when they were taking some of the city's parking meters out. We did that. We had one or two of them, and they did collect a lot of change. We tend to put them in coffee shops because people always had change there. But times have changed, and not as many people do carry coins around. Almost nobody uses money anymore, to be honest. And I think this is a clean and simple way to really expand that program. It's only for a year. I think it's a good way to collect some data. So I would support this, and especially with United Way being involved, I think we have good oversight then, and I think it's a good way to see if this is another means of providing support for homeless issues.
Okay. Any comments? Any comments from the public? Any none? All right. Bring it back to the board.
All right, so moved.
I'll second it.
All right, please vote. Adopted 5-0. Thank you. It's 5 minutes till. I could do the next discussion item in about 5 minutes, but
do it.
I think it's pretty straightforward. And just for those, obviously, I'm sure you've all read it, but it is not to implement a shopping cart ordinance. It's simply to have staff look into this particular example, any modifications based upon what they think would be a better approach. And I'll say that the reason for this request is that currently, based upon state law, the county does not have the necessary elements to either recover shopping carts or to prosecute. And I'm not advocating the prosecution part, but it's an attempt to partner with local businesses in regards to retrieving their carts. Most of the shopping cart ordinances that I read were heavily regulatory towards businesses. And I look at it this way: a business that loses property, and the price of these carts start about $100, go to about $225. If you put the electronic monitoring on that, you're talking about $500. and it's hard to steal those if you've ever run into them. But anyway, the purpose is to just develop an awareness and a partnership with businesses so that they become more attuned to making sure that that when their shopping carts, and unfortunately a lot of them are not identified, which means when they're recovered, nobody knows where to take them. In a period of about a year and a half, probably back in 2018, 19, the Take Back Lodi volunteer group, which had about 900 members, in that particular year recovered about 1,000 shopping carts. Unfortunately, a lot of them, they didn't know where to take them because there was no identifying information. So this simply requires that you have identification on the cart and certainly give a number on who to contact. And then it does provide a request for 24-hour removal. And I would suspect that most shopping cart business owners would probably want to retrieve it for another reason to reinsert it into their inventory. So I'll leave it at that. I'd be glad to answer any questions on it. But it's simply a request for staff, whether it be community development, county council, district attorney, the sheriff's department, all those particular agencies to look into this particular example. And I'm not suggesting that be the ordinance, but I'm saying it's at least a start cobbled from others that were available to review. So I'll leave it with that and answer any questions, anybody.
Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. No, I think it's a good idea. I know when I was mayor of Tracy, I put forward a shopping cart ordinance also. So that might be that was done, I don't know, 6 years ago or so. That might be something that staff can look at too. But no, I agree that it should be done.
And the intent of this example is not to say that's it, because to be honest with you, I've looked at Lodi and others, so you're right, there are several out there. And that's why I think staff, which would have a better take on it, would be best equipped to handle it. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Seems like a deja vu. Didn't we talk about this a while back? I think
December 2019, to be fact. That was when we were in Tracy.
Whatever happened, it just dropped from our radar? Or were we expecting county council to do something? It's
to be honest with you, I think we got busy on other things, as we always do.
Yeah.
And it kind of fell off the cliff, so to speak.
Got it. Well, I'm in favor of it, so absolutely we should be doing this. Really funny. You're right. It does take, after COVID and other priorities and things come along, but I'm glad it's revisited. It was a great idea then. It's a great idea now. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Yeah, I think time is right on this to have our staff look at it. I was on the Stockton City Council when Stockton looked at it as well. And, as the county, we have sort of unique specifics because a lot of our stores are quite a bit more rural.
Right.
And so retrieval and identification and all of that stuff is a little more difficult. But I will say my district has quite a few waterways going through it, and this is the number one thing. They're just everywhere in the waterways, and it's such a blight on all of the surrounding neighborhoods. So
I agree.
I think it would be great for our staff to take a look at it, look at the unique characteristics that we would need as a county, and then move forward with it and bring it back to the board.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing it forward.
Okay. Public comment? Yes, Martha.
Chairman Nguyen and members of the board, I really like what Ms. Miller just mentioned about the waterways. There is a big problem around the Safeway store that's on Country Club, and what's happening there is they're losing the carts going across that, and it's not just about homeless people dumping them, it's other people that just don't have other transportation. And recently at Colorado Post 16, we had Caltrans, the sheriffs, and State Assemblyman Villapadua's office there to try to address the problem. Safeway did not show up, even though they were invited to that particular meeting, but it's I don't want to see the businesses be negatively impacted as it's just their problem. They really, truly need help. And what could happen, and I have heard from employees at that particular Safeway store, is it might come to pass that we would lose that particular Safeway store. And I live very near there, and I would hate to see that we lose a business such as that to the community based on the shopping cart.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Anything online? Okay. All right. Close that. Back to the board for motions.
So moved.
Second.
All right. That's adopted 5-0. Thank you. All right, we're going to, because I think County Council closed session, how long do you think that would take?
Less than 8 minutes.
8?
Mm-hmm.
All right. That is awesome.
Knock it out.
So why don't we do closed session real quick, and maybe Vice Chair Rittman can bring his lunch.
I know. That'd be nice. I'm wasting away over here.
I know you are. So, and then we'll re-adjourn with the veteran ceremony at 1:30 or thereabouts. Okay.
All right. Thank you.